going on, guys? Welcome back to the Gamer Saloon Champions League. We are out of the regular season. We are into the playoffs. We will crown a champion tonight. We have 6 teams battling out for $1,500 plus other sponsor prizes, which we'll go over more later. But let's go into what happened last week in the final week of the regular season to see what teams made playoffs, where they sit seated, and then we'll look at the bracket. So first we go up to the results from last week. We had Get Merked versus Kings of Urban. Rumble launched immediately before these games, so we decided to have a little fun with this series. Since the series itself didn't matter much, so we did Rumble for all 5 games. Kings of Urban comes out with a 3-2 win. Get Merked almost getting the reverse sweep. We tried to pick really weird maps to throw off Kings of Urban, but it didn't matter. They came out on top 3-2 in the first ever, I would say, competitive Rumble best of 5. It was a ton of fun. We had Quinn and Espion casting it for us while we had James' point of view, and I thought it was a blast. And then we had Vendetta versus Selfless, who also did Rumble because both teams were locked into their spots, so they wanted to have some fun as well. Selfless took game 1, but after that, Vendetta just basically figured out Rumble and destroyed Selfless. So if there's ever a Rumble tournament where Vendetta goes in for it, watch out for them because they looked really strong on Rumble. But of course, we're going to be back to regular games for the playoffs, so you won't have to worry about seeing any spike OP-ness. I probably shouldn't have said OP. Yeah, never mind. We'll continue. Then we had Exodus versus G2 Esports. This was a good series. The first game was a little wacky because they decided to choose colors that were way too bright for Utopia. So it's a little bit of color blindness, but G2 won game 1. They also took game 2, and then Exodus battled it back, but every single game was extremely close. Came down to the last game. G2 pulls up the win. This could be a rematch in maybe the finals or the semifinals coming up today. So look out for G2 and Exodus. Both looked really, really strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them battling out for the championship. And then the last game of the day, this was a win and get in scenario. And Genesis beat Too Easy. Genesis has had a rocky road throughout the entire season. But they just got Classics recently, and they've been doing really well in other leagues, like Rocket Royale or even PPL. They were doing pretty well. And now they're finally starting to show it in the Gamer Saloon Champions League, and they won 3-0. They get the 6th seed, but they could be the favorites to win it all. Like, they're definitely one of the top dogs to win this whole thing. So let's go into the standings real quick. So here's how we ended up. We had Exodus at 6-1 gets the number 1 seed. Selfless gets the number 2 seed because they beat Kings of Urban and G2 during the regular season. But there was a 3-way tie for second with Kings of Urban and G2 Esports rounding that out. Kings of Urban also beat G2, so that's why they get the 3rd seed. G2 gets the 4th seed. Vendetta with the 5th seed at 3-4. Genesis at 2-5 gets the 6th seed. And then, of course, the best team in the league, Get Merked, finishing 2-5 and Too Easy. Couldn't get a win on the board. They finished 0-7. So, on that, we have ourselves a bracket. Now, this bracket will be best of 5s throughout until the finals will be best of 7. So, first we got Kings of Urban versus Genesis will be the first game of the day. That game will decide who plays who in the semifinals because Exodus and Selfless are waiting on teams, and Exodus gets the lowest remaining seed left. So if Genesis wins, they would play Exodus in the semifinals. If Kings of Urban wins, then they would play Selfless because they would be the highest remaining seed. And then G2 Esports versus Vendetta will be the match number 2, and they will see who they play based on who wins between Kings and Genesis. But all 6 of these teams could easily win this. These are definitely the best 6 teams in North America, bar none. And I'm really excited to see who comes out on top in the GamerSaloon Champions League. This is a perfect warm-up for them as well for the RLCS, the biggest weekend coming up for them to qualify for that. So we should expect these teams to be on top form because it's now or never for this league, for RLCS, for tons of different things. So this should be really exciting, guys. I hope you enjoy it. But I'm going to throw it over to JAMESBOT and Findable Carpet for the calls on the games. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. And Final Carpet, welcome to the playoffs of the GamerSaloon Champions League.
Oh, well, thank you for such a warm welcome, James. I'm pretty excited.
I am excited as well. And as Gibbs laid it all out, these are the six best Rocket League teams in North America going at it. And this is a critical time as this weekend is a huge, huge weekend for these guys going into the RLCS. And there's a lot at stake here as well in prizes. So, just what are these players playing for today? They're playing for their share of $1,500 cash, custom cinch controllers, Steel Series gear, including keyboards, mouse, and mousepad, and then the MVP will get a Steel Series 350 headset as well. So there's a lot that these guys are playing for, and the way it breaks down is first place will be taking home $750, three Apex M800 keyboards, and three Cinch gaming controllers. Second place will get $375. They'll get three Rival 100 gaming mice and a QCK mousepad. And then third and fourth place will both get $187.50. So just going back and looking at the bracket, you can see Exodus and Selfless already guaranteed a top four spot. So they're at least going home with $187.50. And that's where the regular season came into play. Those guys fighting for that number 1 and 2 spot so they could get the buys.
I mean, all these teams, pretty much all season, they have pretty much brought their A game. I know sometimes in a lot of these leagues, they get kind of burnt out. But for all the games that you and me have casted, I'm pretty sure every team has always kind of just like brought it to the field, which is a really nice change of pace because sometimes, they don't take them as seriously if it's not, certain leagues.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely given us really fun games to cast throughout the entire season.
Yeah, we saw quite a few subs come in and out, but Exodus staying strong, and I think Garrett actually he didn't miss a single game for Exodus, so very important. And then also, guys, all throughout the stream, we will be letting you know about this giveaway going on for the Gamer Saloon Champions League. You guys can enter it, type !giveaway. It will give you a link, and you can get more instructions there. But how do you enter? Just follow Gamer Saloon on Twitter, tag a friend, and retweet the tweet. And the winner will be announced Thursday, September 22nd. So next Thursday, the winner will get a Steel Series Siberia 350 gaming headset, 3 bags of beef jerky, and a Gamer Saloon t-shirt, much like the one I am wearing right now. And again, we just cannot tell you how soft they are. They are the very soft t-shirts. Although, Carpet, your t-shirt is looking pretty soft as well. I wish I could just, yeah, that's what I was wishing I could do.
Yeah, no, this is a nice soft T-shirt, but it definitely does not amount to the Gamerson T-shirt. We talk about it, and everyone calls us a sellout. Trust me, when you get the shirt, you'll be like, "Oh man, you know what? Carpet and James, they're not sellouts, man. They're just telling it how it is."
It really is legitimately soft. I don't know. There's a material. I don't forget what the name of the material is because I've been wearing like the same clothes since high school, so I don't have very many nice soft shirts. I'm wearing this one.
The humble brag,
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm cheap. I'm cheap. What can I say? But we have in the first game today, guys, we've got Kings of Urban going up against Genesis. And as Gibbs said, Genesis has been on a tear lately. But Kings of Urban is kind of the reigning champions of North America in a sense, although they did struggle in some tournaments recently online, especially in Rocket Royale. They have been quite good. So Genesis and Kings, this one could go either way. And Carpet, I don't know if we're still doing predictions, but I'm going to go ahead and predict Kings takes this one.
I was actually going to say Kings as much as I want to disagree with you. Are we tied again? I think we might have been tied. Or you might
I
be
think we
beating me.
are because, I think we are tied actually. So
I think we
it's
are.
going to come down to the playoffs to
We're going to have to
determine.
do something. We'll have to like rock, paper, scissors, shoot for it or something. But yeah, like you said, Genesis. I know they've been doing really well, but they did change rosters after some of their big tournaments, and I think it was for the better in certain ways, and then in other ways they struggled a little bit with kind of continuity and consistency. And Kings of Urban, we know they had a dip not too long ago as well. They struggled, but overall, they're just a team that's always been at the top, and they've just kind of always shown a little bit longer than Genesis has.
Mm. And of course, those of you who don't know the starting lineups for Kings of Urban, it's Sad Jr., who is a veteran, used to be on iBuyPower Cosmic or in Cosmic Aftershock back in the day. And then Fireburner, who's been on Kings of Urban since the beginning, kind of the founder. And he's also a veteran who has a lot of time, used to play the prequel to this game. And then to round out the squad, they have Jacob. And Jacob, he was not a veteran of the old game, but he has been playing competitively since Rocket League came out. And a lot of people put it between Jacob and Garrett as the best non-veteran players in Rocket League, at least in North America.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those players where when I was first coming into it, and I didn't really know as much, like he took off so quick. And I was like, did Jacob, like, you know, it's one of those you question, like, did he play the old game? He definitely took off really well with the players because he's been playing with Fireburner for I don't even know how long, dude. Like I used to run into those guys in twos and what.
Yeah,
like
I remember playing Jacob when he was on Perfect Storm with the Used Wolf and gosh, who else did he play with? That was a long time ago. I think it was Elmer Fudd maybe.
Was it? It might have been Elmer Fudd.
I might have been. I'd have to think, but I don't know. That's really stretching my memory.
We're talking like 8 months ago.
No,
a
year
9
ago.
months ago.
About.
Oh yeah, it would have been about a whole year ago.
About a year ago. Yep.
Wow.
But then Genesis is their opponent, and Genesis, they finished quite well at the LAN. They made it to the RLCS LAN, and they have won multiple Rocket Royale victories since, and have been on a tear after picking up classics. So that roster consists of Espion, Pluto, and Classics. Pluto is the only veteran on that team, and Espion, he used to be my teammate, and he was pretty much nobody until he teamed with me, and then there's just something about teaming with me that just unlocks people's potential.
Yeah, and then you just leave them.
No, well, that's kind of true. I did, but you can't blame me. It was
no. Of course, I would have done the same thing. It was just funny.
Yeah. It was my bad. Whoops.
No. Yeah. So yeah, Pluto has been around for a very long time. He is one of the more honestly, one of the most mechanically sound players I can watch. Definitely more on the defensive end. And Espion, even on your team, he was infamous for hitting nothing but crossbar and post, taking a lot of shots and never actually making them in. But he has since turned that around. One of the better strikers, especially for a non-veteran. Mm-hmm. And they picked up Classics, who's a very aggressive player. Likes to be on the ball quite a bit, which their play style seemed to be working out, especially, as you said, in Rocket Royale, they've been doing very well. He kind of is that third spot that I think where they were looking for to kind of fill after they had a roster swap after the ending of the last RLCS. But, oh wow, okay.
Yes, it looks like the players have all joined, and they are selecting teams right now. This will be game number 1. This is a best-of-5 series. This is single elimination. The winner moves on in the playoffs. The loser just stops playing, and they have to give up their chances. And it looks like Carpet has it in Rumble.
Wait, no, I don't. I definitely don't.
Oh, man. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't understand the problem. I guess they said that it's in Rumble. Yeah, sure enough, there was.
I was in Rumble.
I just saw Firebird. Yeah, he was in the tornado.
All right, then.
Oh, way to go! And then that's that. I don't think this was in the rules as being a Rumble tournament. So I think we're gonna have to get that fixed, Carpet. Maybe just a little bit. A little bit.
It has been fixed. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot that it was an entire setting, not in just in mutators. I reset mutators. I'm like, all right, we're cool. But I forgot that it's an entire other mode.
I'm sure people would love to watch.
Oh, I'd watch the heck out of that, man. Watching those guys battered out with. I think it was Civilized Rumble too, which is my favorite.
Nice one.
Civilized Rumble is my go-to Rumble.
Well, they're all back in, so we will get the game started here for real this time. Non-Rumble. The first game, Kings of Urban versus Genesis. And right off the kickoff, Classics wins that one and puts it down into the blue half where Fireburner tries to hit it across the field. That's going to be a good backboard pass. Oh, wow, what a drop pass by Espion, but Classics could just not get that on target.
Very good idea, though. Espion came and tried to put that down before he was able to take it off the wall. Classic wasn't able to react quickly enough. Honestly, it was a really hard pass to read, but the fact that he even got it as close as he did was very impressive.
Now Espeon's going to try to tap that back for Classics, but couldn't get it far enough back for Classics to make a play. And Jacob's trying to air dribble it over after that Classics miscue in half. But Pluto got a good block. And that's dangerous there, but Fireburner was the first one to get to it. Espeon gonna leave that for Classics. Now Pluto up to Classics. Classics touches to Espeon. Espeon's popping it up, but Pluto retreats. Now the counterattack coming out for Kings. Espeon up the wall, going for that touch, but he misses it, and it's going to pop out for Sad. And Sad tries to put it off the backboard, but it's denied by Pluto.
You see Genesis with a surprising amount of control early on in this game. Oh, but almost a bad touch gave Fireburner a pretty decent shot for Pluto, thankfully, in net. You see good rotations coming into Genesis. They're not really getting in each other's way. Classics and Espeon, we've seen a couple of really close passing plays come out of the two of them. In Classic, like I said earlier, we just see him being a menace. He keeps contesting the balls. He's very good at winning 50-50s, and he's just very quick to where he needs to get.
Yeah, and that touch from Pluto right there was also very nice, keeping it out of the hands. And I'm seeing a lot of the players using cars that I'm not quite used to seeing them play. It looked like Sad Jr. is using the new X-Devil.
That's kind of definitely a surprise.
And Espeon is using the Marauder. So very strange car picks from both of these teams.
They're just having some fun with it. Sad Jr., I think he's using the new Takumi as well. Oh! Shot coming out from Classics, but thankfully Fireburner came across.
And now about half the game over. We still don't have a score. But Genesis has been putting on more of the pressure. And now that's going to go off the backboard. Sad's going to have to get the touch, and he does. Gets that, tries to get that out of danger. Now Fireburner off the bounce, puts a shot just high, but Espeon's there anyway to knock it out to the side. Sad shuts down Pluto's clear attempt. Now a long clear. Pluto feels backflips man. Leaves it uncontested for Fire, but Espeon there to hit it back in.
Notice how Espeon placed that to the corner instead of the net. He didn't have a lot of power from the angle that he had. So instead of putting a weak shot on net just because he can and giving them a hard clear, he actually puts it to the corner, which buys his team a little bit of time to come up and try and put pressure on it to stop it from going into their half.
Now, pressure from Kings of Urban now. You see Fireburner tried to take Espeon out in net. Espeon was able to dodge it, and might... Oh, he tried to get it past Sad, but Sad shut that down. Classics tries to get a hit into the corner. Fireburner's passing off the wall, but Pluto is there. Now Classics tries to get it around Jacob, but Jacob was able to read that pass. Now Fire getting challenged by both Espeon and Classics there. Now the counterattack. Espeon leaves it for Classics. That's actually a good bounce for Genesis, and Classics gets the block. Drops down to Fireburner.
You see slightly slower play from Kings of Urban than I'm a little bit used to, or at least safer, I should say. They're leaving somebody back in net more than usual. I know they're a team that usually gets very aggressive, and every now and then they do suffer from the syndrome of overcommitment, and you won't see a player in net as often. But it seems like they've been playing pretty safe, which could be why there aren't many shots on the board for either team, considering the entire game is pretty much up at this point as far as regulation time is concerned.
Now they're playing very safe for the most part. Fireburner did have a pretty good chance that he put high. But this is going to be overtime in game number 1 here in the first game of the Gamer Saloon Champions League playoffs. So whoever gets this goal, they win immediately in Rocket League. Overtime, it's a golden goal. Oh, and that's a huge mistake. Sad's just going to put it on target, and Classics barely keeps it out. That was a huge defensive misstep, but not punished by Kings of Urban.
Yeah, Espeon did not get the touch he wanted. He was really hoping for something a little bit stronger, but thankfully, both Classics and Pluto kept their heads calm, and they put themselves in a position to try and defend a shot as opposed to trying to flail their body up.
Oh, that's in!
Oh, a pinch!
That's in off the pinch. You called it, Carpet.
I cannot believe this is always one of those unfortunate situations, but you see all three Kings of Urban players in the corner, while Classics and Fireburner both contested together, and it pinches ever so quickly towards the net. But since Sad Jr. hadn't rotated back quick enough, it actually ends the game in an overtime.
Wow. Overtime victory. We had a scoreless game all the way into overtime. So that one, neck and neck all the way to the very end, and it turns out a pinch shot is what goes in. So this one can go either way. Right now, Kings of Urban and Genesis, they haven't been doing too many. Oops, gave the win to the wrong team there. They haven't been doing too many team plays. One thing that we see a lot from Kings of Urban is their passing plays, and we really didn't see a lot of it.
Jacob calling me out, of course. Yeah, no, we didn't see as much team play. I mean, honestly, both teams were a little bit slower than I'm used to. Usually they want to get to the ball as fast as humanly possible. A little more team plays coming out of it. But yeah, Genesis, they seem to be doing a little bit of solo plays. We had a couple of really close passes early on. The Espeon Classics combo looked like it was going to come out. But after those first few passes, we didn't see a lot more of that as the game progressed.
And again, this is the first game maybe of the day for these guys, depending on what time they got on. But first game in a tournament series. Teams like to feel each other out a little bit. And it takes some time for them to get comfortable. And that one's going to wrap all the way around. Pluto played it perfectly. And now that net's wide open. That's going to just roll in for Espeon. He gets a freebie.
All of Kings of Urban, like I said, every now and then they have the problem of being up just a little bit too far. Sad Jr. did something a little wild, but Jacob, he was actually retreating. He turned back around, I think, maybe assuming Sad Jr. was going to get a better touch on that and buy him some time. But he turned around for the side boost, and that's just when the shot went off towards his net, and there was no way he was going to make it back in time.
A long-range shot going in for Genesis and Kings. Oh, they answer back immediately with Fireburner.
A lot of times these corner shots, I've talked about it before, most teams don't really expect something very powerful from the corner. It wasn't a very difficult shot for Fireburner, to be honest, from the angle he had, but he did line himself up correctly to give himself the power, and you just saw Classics kind of a little bit of a deer in the headlights moment.
Well,
he was not prepared for a shot to come from there.
And again, though, Espeon put that right off the corner out into the middle for Fireburner, so it wasn't the greatest hit from Espeon. A lot of times you want to roll those up the wall, and he just bounced it right off the corner into the shooting range for Fireburner. So Espeon probably wishing he had that clear back, and Fireburner taking him out. Good contest from Pluto, keeps that one out. Sad Jr. playing backwards.
Classic Sad.
Sad is one of the few people who I wouldn't be as nervous when they're driving backwards. Everyone else, it never works out.
You're not wrong, to be honest. Sad Jr. can do some ridiculous things with that car.
Now Espeon trying to deny that backboard chance, but Jacob's actually going to get a shot. But Pluto is there and gets a good pop off the corner. Fireburner knocking it back in, and what a play from Jacob. A little too much power, but a great idea and execution, almost making it happen.
We just saw a good midfield passing play from, I believe it was Espeon to Classics, who was around the halfway mark, and he just kind of tips it up towards the net, forcing a Kings of Urban player to get back.
Oh, what a pass from Sad!
Off this sidewall, you'll see Sad Jr. He gets just up behind it and underneath the ball to give it a perfect lob over to Fireburner, just out of reach of the defenders. If you're going to be doing a pass more towards the goalie or more towards your opponent's goal, you're going to want to try and make it to where your teammate can get there first so he can get it over the defenders, as we just saw happen for Kings of Urban.
And there is the passing plays that we would expect to see from Kings of Urban. Sad. He used to be the assist guy on Cosmic Aftershock, getting up, putting it down for Kronovi. And again, Fireburner, a lot of times, is the one in the back finishing off those passes from Jacob and Sad as well. And Sad beautifully placing that one on a platter for Fire. Now Classics challenging that one. Fire leaves it for Sad. Fire creeping into the middle. Sad with a shot, but Pluto turns that one aside. Now Jacob and Espeon going at it. Pluto gets it over Fire. Now Sad's the last one back. A block attempt from Classics, but it just launches back on net, and Espeon, fortunately for Genesis, was there. Now Classics going for that redirect. Did get a touch on it, and Pluto's going to put it in, and we're all tied up.
This is what happens when you leave a ball off the backboard unanswered. Classics gets the touch over to the corner. It bounces. That was actually the perfect bounce for them. Perfectly towards the middle, towards Pluto, and no one came out to meet that, or even like try and body it in the way. I don't think they were prepared for that bounce, to be honest. And it gave Pluto a pretty open shot. But he put a lot of good power on it and really good placement around the two defenders in his way.
Pluto finishing off that play, and that was a tough touch from Classics. Barely got enough on it. Like you said, bouncing off the wall perfectly. Pluto dodging Sad's attack. Able to get to that one. Fireburner puts aside that shot. Sad's going to have an easy clear. And now Fire's going to try to tap it around to himself. He wasn't able to get it over Pluto, but Classics and Pluto both go for that ball, leaving Espeon the only one back. Counterattack opportunity. Sad's going to put it up for Jacob. Jacob puts it in the net to take the lead with just 1:08 left.
These good counter plays, forcing Classics into an awful situation. He was faced the wrong way. He had to go up for this, knowing Jacob was going to put the shot on. He could have tried to get a net and turn around, but honestly, with the speed and power, he saw both Jacob and Sad Jr. coming off of that wall. I think he knew all he could do is flail in the air and hope for the best. But Jacob has much better placement than that, and he was able to put it around him.
And pressure started to form when Classics and Pluto both went for the same ball, leaving Espeon the only one back. So when Pluto and Classics both went for that, oh, Fireburner.
This is just getting up. This is just speed. This is the hardest part about dealing with backboard as a defender. Classics has to wait for that bounce. He doesn't know how it's going to go. Notice it hit that curvature above the net, and it actually dropped down more than it dropped out. That's what Classics was waiting to read, but it looked like a Kings of Urban player read it much quicker. He got up in the air above Classics before he could body it.
Using the backboard and the team plays and capitalizing on defensive mistakes. The goal prior resulting from a good, quick counterattack, taking advantage of Classics and Pluto getting out of position. And now a 2-goal lead with just 30 seconds left. This one's looking to be all Kings of Urban. Starting to be more of the Kings that we have come to see quite often playing online in these tournaments and all season long. Now Sad's going to put that up for Jacob. Jacob's got an open net. Barely misses, but Classics is going to put it in for him.
You can't see, but there was actually a great bump from Fireburner on Espeon. He literally sent Espeon soaring through the air, ripping the defender out of the the Genesis net, which is why Classics was coming from the wrong side of the ball, because the teammate he had in net just got absolutely chucked away.
And now 5-2, Kings of Urban taking this one commandingly. And they're trying to get one more. That's a good pass from Sad. Jacob's going to try to put that off the backboard. And that's going to be it. Game number 2 going to Kings of Urban. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a best of 5. And these playoffs for the GamerSaloon Champions League are single elimination. So you lose, you're done. Winner moves on. Genesis took game number 1 in an overtime game. 0-0 all the throughout regulation, and then Classics getting the pinch shot to take game number 1. And then game number 2 was all Kings of Urban working as a team, utilizing the backboard, utilizing each other, capitalizing on mistakes, able to take this one down. So Genesis looking a little shaky after game 2.
Kings of Urban did look a lot more coagulated in game 2 than they did in game 1. While they weren't exactly like messy in game 1 by any means, they just seemed to have their usual team plays in game 2. We saw a couple of really good midfield, and they weren't using the back board as much. They were actually trying to keep the ball away from their opponent's half while they're taking shots, which generally at this tier of play is probably one of the easier ways to beat a defender, because in a one-on-one situation, a lot of defenders at this skill are
Oh
going to be able
no,
to,
not like this. Feels
No.
bad, man.
not much to say about this. Sad Jr. actually had a really nice redirect from it. That was a great clear, to be honest. But Pluto, and Classics,
oh. That is so tilting. That is just one of those times where no one just says anything. And then you hear somebody sigh on comms. That one heartbreaking. Pluto landing his flip just in time to bump Classics out of the way, and that ball just rolls into the net. Not the prettiest of goals, but if you're Kings of Urban, you'll take whatever you can get.
I mean, yeah, in a setting like this, it really doesn't matter what the goals are, as long as you're winning.
Espeon trying to get it out of the zone. Classics and Pluto both going for that ball yet again, but Espeon putting a shot on target. Jacob bidding in front of it. Now Classics challenging Jacob. Espeon's going to try to wait for the sad shot. Fireburner winning it out over Espeon. Pluto with the hit up to Espeon. Espeon with a long clear. Jacob gets blocked by Espeon. Classics in a foot race. He gets there, blocks Fireburner, and gets the goal.
This dunk from Espeon, he lands, recovers well, and just goes straight for what Jacob's going to clear it for. I don't think Espeon even had any boost left. He didn't even use boost. He just hopped up in the air trying to predict where Jacob was going to clear it, and he predicted so well. That dunk is what gave them that goal.
So a recovery from Genesis as they tie this one up. Just a minute and a half in. Pluto gets a touch up in the air. Classics was waiting for the backboard hit. Dad and Jacob both going up for it. Espeon might have a chance to counterattack, but Jacob comes from the sky and gets the second touch, relieving pressure for Kings. Now Sad on the wall, trying to move it forward. Jacob gets a pass out into the middle. Classics misses it, and Pluto backwards flings it up. Still not out of danger. Dad trying to get the center, but Classics is there for the long clear. Now Pluto.
Oh, Sad. Oh, I was actually scared he was going to pull it off. Scared in like a, I don't know if I could handle this kind of way.
You sound petrified, Carpet. You sound about as monotone and scared as I've ever heard you.
Well, I get scared and like my body just rejects all emotions kind of way, you know? Like you can't
That's
tell.
scary.
But yeah, no, it's terrifying.
So
Can't
when you're no, I can't because you're not showing any emotion. And another dunk attempt from Pluto keeps it in the blue half. Espeon winning that 50-50 there. Now Classics up. Both players missing, leaving it up to Pluto. Pluto trying to slow clear. It gets bumped out, and Fireburner had an open shot, but he put it off to the left. Scary situation for Genesis.
For those of you that don't know Kings of Urban play, they are usually a very physically aggressive team. As you see, Sad Jr. turned around, saw someone clear the ball, and he's like, well, I'm just going to clear you then instead. He's always looking for that bumping opportunity if it doesn't put him out of place too much. But it always is a bit of a risk because you're taking away from your opportunity to start retreating back instead to try and put them out of place.
And you saw there, right as you were saying it, Pluto went in for the bump attempt on Sad. So these guys, no strangers to the demo and bump game. Oh, Jacob. Good effort by Jacob trying to keep that one in dangerous territory. Espeon was able to recover. Fireburner with the demo on Espeon. A good set from Jacob, and Fireburner almost got it past.
Good read on Pluto to try and come out and meet that. A lot of times you want to cut off the angle of an opponent's shot as much as you can. So the more you close that gap between you and him, the more he has to try and put it around your car. And if you can close that gap quick enough, it'll be nearly impossible for him to actually put it on target, and he'll have to try and hit it around you to a backboard or to a sidewall.
See the backboard coming into play here is Sad trying to make it. Now Espeon going to go for the hit. Espeon with another shot. Going to put that in. Sad's going to easily clear that one up. Classics over Jacob. And Classics again beating Sad. Fireburn the last one back. Classics winning that yet again and picks up the corner boost and leaves the ball for his teammate Espeon.
I couldn't tell if he was leaving that ball for Espeon, if he actually wanted to go for a demo, but he realized Kings of Urban actually rotated back pretty well, and there were just too many targets and not a whole lot to do with it. But either way, those two contests from Classics are exactly what I meant by him being a very aggressive player, always up in the face of the ball and contesting. He's great at winning 50s and dunks.
And now we have overtime number 2 here in game number 3. Genesis took game number 1's overtime 1-0. Now we're all tied up at 1-1. Golden goal. First to score takes it. Sad trying to control it. Going up against Pluto. Pluto gets demoed but wins the 50-50. Now Sad's going to choose to remain in the orange half to pick up the boost. Opportunity for Sad. If he can get up in time, he can, and that's going to be a win for Kings of Urban.
This read from Sad Jr., it goes up into that corner again where it just drops dead in front of net, but it has an awkward bounce. Sad Jr. actually gets around and on top of the ball without any kind of hesitation. This guy can read the ball. It definitely didn't look like a very impressive shot, but as far as reading that bounce as quickly as he did, a lot of players may have put that just a little off target. It would have been much weaker, but that was a powerful, very difficult to defend shot.
And those are difficult to get to as well, like you were saying, because when that ball is coming down, there is just a small window for you to hit that ball before it bounces too high for you to get above it, and you end up putting it high. So Sad was able to get there in time, and he was able to use his double pop jump, timing it out just right to keep that ball underneath the crossbar to get Kings of Urban the win, and Sad the only one from Kings of Urban to score. A lot of times we see Fireburner being the finisher, but in this game he was the setup guy, getting the 2 assists on the 2 Sad goals.
Yes, so I no longer have the change match settings button, so we're gonna have to see this map again, everybody.
Oh, I have the match settings because I believe you left the party for some reason.
I'm in a party with you.
I am not in your party.
Interesting, folks.
All right, so we'll remake really quickly. So we'll get this going back up once more, but again, Kings of Urban right now winning in the series 2-1. And Genesis taking that game number 1. But then Kings of Urban bouncing back, taking back-to-back victories. We've seen in just 3 games, we've already seen 2 overtimes. So we'll get a new party started.
It was interesting to see 2 overtimes, but then for some reason in the middle, Kings of Urban decided to win like 4-2. It usually tends to happen sometimes in Rugby League where you kind of have your on game. You're feeling good about it. You're feeling like, all right, I can do this. And then another team, it also goes to show how people can kind of adapt mid-game. You see what you're doing wrong. You see the things that you're missing, the kind of touches that you're missing, or maybe you keep placing the ball in the corners and you're like, you know what, let's start doing midfield play instead. And I know that with Genesis's old teammate, he was a very critically thinking player, so he may have rubbed off on Genesis in that way, making them try and think mid-game and trying to adapt to the teams they're going against.
And right after game number 1, they were able to make those changes. Again, Kings didn't even score in game number 1. Game number 2, they put up 5 on the board, and then this last game was another low-scoring affair, but they were able to come out on top. Now, Genesis 1 game away from the playoff elimination. Kings of Urban trying to move on. We'll go on board with Fireburner, who's going to put a pass up to Sad, and Sad barely misses that. Heads up play from Fireburner, putting that into Sad's area. And then Jacob with his shot getting blocked. That one not too dangerous. Jacob is going to hit that over Pluto. Classics with the stop. Sad popping it up. Fireburner is going to go for another hit. Sad might be able to get to it, but Espeon wins it out. And Espeon gets it by Jacob. Espeon going for the block on Sad, and he gets it, but Fireburner is able to get it into the corner. Still pressure mounting. Jacob.
Get another dunk prediction from Espeon coming out, almost resulting in another ball rolling slowly in front of the Kings of Urban net.
Classics trying to dribble that one out. Fireburner knocking it across the field. Pluto getting it by one player, almost getting it by another. And now Classic's going to try to touch it past Jacob, but Jacob gets the win. Now Jacob passing off the wall, but it goes right to Pluto. Pluto was going to try to hit to Espeon. Miscue by Fireburner and Jacob. They both go for the same ball. And that was going to be going off the backboard to Classics, but Classics was not able to get around it. A little bit of an unpredictable situation there. Classics trying to buy time for his teammates, or Pluto trying to buy time for his teammates to get back on the defensive side. Now we are 2 minutes in, still scoreless. Espeon going for his own wall pass, but Fireburner shuts that down. Pluto and Classics both going up for that. Fire's going to put it over for Sad. Sad opts to go for boost instead, leaving it for Espeon.
We just saw a touch from Fireburner over to Jacob. There were actually two players from Genesis up near their net, and Jacob, he put it a little bit too high, which just slowed down their counterattack by enough to give Genesis enough time to retreat. And once Sad Jr. noticed that, he's like, well, we're not going to be able to make a goal out of this, so I'm going to go get some boost to be safe. Granted, I don't think leaving it open in his own half was the best decision, but thankfully they were not punished.
And we are still scoreless. Neither team able to punish the other. A block from Pluto. Jacob's going up to challenge it. He does get the hit. Espeon on the wall. Gets dunked on by Jacob. That one's dangerous. Pluto will get there first. He does get a solid hit. Classics with the block at half. Trying to get that second touch. Was able to snag the corner boost, and now it's going to tap it around Jacob. Fireburner's going to try to put it off to the sideline. He does get a good touch. That one with a lot of finesse, getting it out of harm's way. Now Pluto's going to put this into the corner. Hoping for a bounce out into the middle. He gets one, but Fireburner is there for it. Sad misses his opportunity for the shot. And Classics going for the bump on Jacob, forces Jacob to jump. And that's a pass from Fire to Jacob. Jacob trying to put it on net. Now Classics can hit it up the sideline. Espeon gets it past Jacob. And now he's going to have a one-on-one chance, and he dribbles it, hits it off the crossbar, and Pluto finishes it off.
I don't even want to know how Pluto was able to read this. Espeon noticing it one-on-one, perfect situation. Sucked both Fireburner and Sad Jr. in, and Pluto, I guess just in case it went up and hit the post. Honestly, I can't believe he was there. Either way, I mean, that was an incredible read, and Espeon, noticing the situation he was in, noticing he had full control, was able to pull two defenders out from Kings of Urban, which is actually something they haven't done all game. I've been paying attention. They've been very good about setting only one player to contest things, and their first mistake was punished by Genesis.
Yep, Jacob misread that hit on the wall, and it left it wide open for Espeon to just get that dribble shot. And that's a second goal. Espeon finishing it off himself this time.
Trying to keep themselves alive. We see a lot more pressure coming from Genesis. Pluto meeting that perfectly on the wall, getting the pinch on the underside of his car to make it a nice lob for Espeon. Kings of Urban and not in a place to turn around quick enough to contest that, and Espeon goes up quickly before any defenders can.
Pluto with that insane touch. Getting it out for Espeon. Now Classics and Espeon both missing, and that ball just inching towards net. It was a chance for Kings of Urban, but they just could not take advantage of it. Now just 20 seconds left. 2-goal lead for Genesis. It looks like Genesis is going to stay alive in the series and will be forced to a 5th and final. Game number 5. 10 seconds left. Genesis just trying to play keep away. And that is going to be it here in game number 4. Genesis takes it. Espeon, really the MVP, getting that first goal set up to Pluto. He was able to get the dribble and fling it right off the crossbar, and Pluto putting it in. We should totally do Rumble now. No, thank you.
For game 5. That would actually be tough for me to say whether that MVP would go to. Although
Pluto also played very well. He finished off the goal, and he had that insane touch to Espeon. So both players really coming up. But the first goal that Pluto got wasn't as impressive, as he was just finishing. He was pretty much cleaning up the scraps from Espeon's attack.
Yeah, and Pluto, we have seen Espeon with some just in great predicts and dunks so far in the series. He's just doing a good job of always trying to be on top of the ball and just being annoying to Kings of Urban. And he's being a little patient with it. We saw like some boostless dunk, I think it was in game 3, which resulted in a goal. He just kind of put it right in front of the net, just stopping Jacob from clearing it at all. And you can tell that Pluto and Espeon are working very well together. They know where each other shoots and plays. They are, that flick from Espeon to put it in front of the net. Pluto was there so quick. Like, he had faith in his teammate. He knew Espeon was going to get that flick. He knew exactly how he was going to play that ball.
Yeah, Pluto also coming up big. Arguably an MVP as well, I would say. I could go either way. But this is the 5th and final game 5. The winner is moving on and keeps their playoff hopes alive. Genesis was able to get that 4th game to stay in it and now have the momentum. And Classics is asking for a remake. Pluto is lagging. And we'll see if they do that as Fireburner puts it in. We're waiting to see what the players say.
Well, it's looking like we're probably going to be doing a remake.
It's on his end, yeah.
I'd like to hear Papa Gibbs.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for administrative consultation on this one.
Give us the decision. Oh, I don't want the responsibility.
Yeah, no.
Jacob, don't do this to me.
Alright, we will wait
Remake
to hear
at goal.
back from Gibbs. Here.
So we will be remaking at goal 1-0.
Alright, we will go ahead then and remake with the score being 1-0 in favor of Kings of Urban. Hopefully Pluto's connection will work out. I mean, we haven't been changing servers, so I don't see how he would just be getting that problem now. But we'll go ahead and remake and get that going. And again, this is going to be game number 5. The winner moves on. If Kings of Urban wins this, then they will go on to play Selfless in the next round. So if Genesis were to win it, they would have to go up and play Exodus.
Apologies. I'm trying to figure this out. Making sure I get everything. Oh, your Merc, James, always just catches me off guard when it shows up in my party. It's just so intrusive and invasive.
It's beautiful. Well, we'll see that.
Is.
Look at that.
Oh, hold on. We're having a hold on request from Papa Gibbs himself.
Okay. So we'll wait to hear back from Gibbs. But again, we will get this next game up and going. This will be, again, this is the game number 5 in the Kings of Urban versus Genesis series. Right now, Genesis was able to battle back in the last game to stay alive. They were down 2-1, evened it up at 2-2, to force this game 5. So Genesis took game 1. KOU took games 2 and 3. Genesis taking game 4. Now, who will take this last game to move on? And again, every series today will be best of 5 until we get to the finals, which will be best of 7.
I believe we may have... Nope, still no final word. I'm excited to know what he does, mostly because I don't know what I would do.
Yeah,
I'm glad this isn't my decision to make.
Well, this is why Gibbs gets paid the big bucks to be the admin daddy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's it's just getting used to it, you know. It's like working with the younger children or young adults, trying to resolve disputes. This is just Papa Gibbs' practice for like 17 years from now.
When his son is dealing with problems in tournaments and gets disconnected from servers. Hopefully in 17 years that won't be as big of an issue.
Yeah, hopefully by then we're all just playing on Google Fiber, and maybe it's all VR. Who knows? I honestly don't.
Oh, we get the phrase from Gibbs, checking the tape.
Checking the tape.
Right now? That is
all
what
right.
we get from Gibbs. He is checking the tape, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, we're going to get official response from Gibbs in just a few moments here.
All right.
But in the meantime, from what we've seen, James,
they requested it before the goal, but they kept playing. I would say if you want to remake, then just quit the server at the time, and if it's 0-0, that's fine. So, but they kept playing.
Yeah, but then you're forcing a decision at that point, you know?
Yeah,
like,
well, that's
right,
what I would do. I mean, that's just what I would do, because then there is no argument. It's you win. You just leave and you get the new server.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? But again, guys, this is just a reminder. Type ! giveaway. Our Gamer Saloon is doing the season 1 of Gamer Saloon Champions League viewer giveaway. Winner will be announced next Thursday, guys. Type ! giveaway to get the info on that. You'll enter for a chance to win a Siberia 350 gaming headset, some bags of beef jerky, and a Gamer Saloon tee.
I mean, I can't. Can I talk to somebody if I can enter that?
No, I don't think we're allowed. But I think we might be able to get some if we ask. I have a t-shirt already, and I ate my beef jerky, but I actually don't have a headset, and I'm not a huge fan of my headset right now. What are you smiling about?
This is sort of like, yeah, I've gotten the other 2 things, so feel free to ship out those other ones.
But again, we're just waiting for Gibbs to decide what to do in this game. He says they will start at 0-0. That would not have been a goal. All right, so we're just going to remake the game. We'll start a fresh new game in game 5.
So this is the 5th game of the series in this best of 5. So the team to take this will win. We have seen a lot of alternating winning, I suppose. I don't really
alternating winning. I like that description.
Alternating on the wins.
Alternating on the wins, man. That sounds like a book that you would write.
Ooh, it does.
You could be an author.
No.
Alternating by the wins.
I could be a book title maker.
Written by Kevin Findable Carpet Brown. I'd pick that off the shelf.
And then put it right back down.
And find the nearest trash can.
Well, someone's like, you're like, oh no, someone approved it? Oh, I gotta get this off the shelves before it's too late. Before some poor kid picks it up and ruins his life.
Yeah, no, that would be quite a novel. I'd maybe read it. Maybe the audiobook. I could listen to it. But here we have the players are joining up. Pluto's connection appears to be fine. And this is the start of the final Game 5. Winner moves on. We'll hop on board with Pluto. Pluto and Espeon working together to get the last win in game number 4. Can they keep it up here in game number 5? He reads that one off the corner of the ceiling perfectly and gets a long second hit. Now Sad off the bounce gets a long hit, and Jacob's going to put that on target. Pluto gets just enough on it to force it wide left.
Pluto must have seen Jacob go up for that, and he put himself into position in case Jacob did get the touch, and indeed Jacob was able to put that just on target. Pluto somehow able to force it across the entire net without letting it go in. I honestly thought the Pluto touch wasn't enough from the angle I was watching, but Pluto, great read on that shot.
Pluto starting off strong here. Espeon trying to pass that across the field, but it's going to go right to Fire, who puts a shot on net. Pluto's there to get another save. Now Sad trying to take control of it. Pluto knocking it across the net yet again. Sad with the demo on Espeon in net. Jacob off the backboard. Could be dangerous. Jacob going up for it. Doesn't get the pass. Now Sad's going to go for it off the backboard. Classic's going to get to it first. Putting it up to Pluto. Pluto getting beat by Fire. Classics pops it with a backflip. Now Jacob off the wall. Espeon is there to deny it. Classic's going to get up quickly and try to put that on target. Fireburner's there for the stop. But Espeon's going to put it off the backboard. Sad clears it off to safety. Now
Both
Espeon.
I've actually done a surprising job of trying to keep only one defender going up for any contested balls in their own half, even given the pace that a lot of these shots have been coming out of net. In that case, no one went for the ball.
I was trying to take a sip of water, but Classics, look at this play. He pops it up to himself, air rolls upside down, and flips forward, putting it by both defenders on Kings of Urban. That was a huge goal and a big moment for Classics.
Mechanically, that was a very, just sound play from Classics. I think Sad Jr. unexpected it. He was waiting a bit to see what Classics could do with it. He noticed he was air rolling. He probably expected a weak touch. But when he got that front roll and was able to keep the height on it and actually get up underneath it, Sad Jr. was caught quite off guard, and Jacob, there's no way he was going to come across for that either.
Now a 1-goal lead with about half the game left to go. Genesis poised to move on. Pluto challenging Fire, but Fire gets the back pass to Jacob. Jacob popping it up to himself, but Classics gets there first. Classics going for the second hit and misses it. Sad expected him to hit it, but now Fireburner's got the dribble. Espeon read that slow play. And now Pluto forcing the issue, gets the pop off the backboard. Espeon's up for it, and then puts it off the crossbar as well. Good pass from Pluto, but Espeon could not make the play.
They need to be careful though. Genesis all just came and committed quite hard. Both Classics and Espeon went up for that shot. But it looks like Kings of Urban wasn't able to. Oh no!
And Jacob with the dunk! That was going to be a save!
Oh, this is so unfortunate. Pluto got caught just on the side of the ball and puts it onto his own target. Espeon does get it out, but Jacob reads Espeon's touch instead of going for the shot and gets the dunk. Revenge for earlier in the series when Espeon dunked him for the goal, and it is now a tie game.
Jacob coming up with, and this is a wide open net for Fire. He's got it wide open and just puts it easily in the net. There was no one back for Genesis.
What happened? Espeon went up for this, and both Classics and Pluto, I don't really know where Classics was. Classics was actually up in the other half. I don't know if the replay went back quick enough for me to know why anyone was anywhere, but they went
Jacob's
where
touch.
they been.
Yeah, I think somebody was up in the air and missed it. And then Espeon challenged Jacob's touch, and Jacob just blasted it off the wall. And then no one was able to rotate back. But yeah, I don't know the reason why, but now Kings of Urban, after going down, score 2 back-to-back goals and take the lead. Now 1 minute 15 left. You can see Classics going for that bump on Fireburner. Espeon going for the second touch. Doesn't get it. Classics doesn't get a strong hit either, but he does get it around Fireburner and gets the dunk. If he can get there in time, he can, but Sad gets the block.
Just in time. Sad Jr. read what Class was going to do, try to 50-50. But this going unanswered could be a dangerous situation. Thankfully, they were able to get underneath the ball.
How much boost does Jacob have? Sad's going to try to get there in time. Doesn't get the touch. Fireburner does get the clear. Espeon going to try to get a long hit, and he misses it, leaving it open for Fire. Fire puts the shot on, but Pluto is there. Espeon gets a touch, messes up Sad's clear. Now Pluto's going to have a shot. He puts it on target, but Fire gets back in time.
Fireburner knew Jacob wasn't going to have a very good save, and that was very good on him to get a much more powerful hit off their own back wall to try and get it some power, as opposed to Sad Jr., who was just going to be able to kind of body block it and push it gently to the side of the net.
And now 10 seconds left. Kings of Urban trying to hold on, trying to stamp their ticket, and that's going to be it. Jacob Cobb is on the job as he puts the heartbreaker in net for Genesis. That's going to be it. Kings of Urban's moving on.
Kings of Urban came out strong this game. A lot of powerful touches, great passing plays, but right there you see just getting up quick. They're very consistent on their shots this game specifically. Not a lot of shots were off target or even close to post. They made with the time they had and took advantage. And Kings of Urban will move ahead in the first game today, the Gamer Saloon Championship League.
And you see GG's all around. You know that these two teams respect each other quite a bit. That one going all the way to 5 games. Genesis taking game number 1. Kings taking the next 2. Genesis winning game number 4 to force game number 5. And then Kings of Urban, after going down 1-0, score 3 unanswered goals to move on. And Jacob scoring 2 of those goals himself. That was quite the series. What a treat. Our first series here in Gamer Saloon, in the Gamer Saloon Champions League playoffs. So this is, again, it's single elimination, best of 5s, all the way until the grand finals. We just saw Kings of Urban take down Genesis, and now Kings will move on to play Selfless. But Carpet, I feel like Kings of Urban, they had a little bit of a slow start in game number 1. We're struggling to get their offense going, but then they were just able to take advantage of a few mistakes from the Genesis defense.
Yeah, Genesis, every now and then they'd send 2 people up for defense, or they just weren't prepared for some of the interesting touches that Kings of Urban were able to mount. But still, in game 4, Genesis was able to keep their heads. I mean, when you're down, 2 games and all you have to do is lose 1 more to be knocked down, a lot of teams usually cave under that pressure. And not very often do we see turnarounds. Although, more often than not, people tend to at least fight for that. But Genesis was able to win the 4th game pretty handily, which was a pretty big deal. We saw them getting up quicker. They were doing a lot more midfield play as opposed to just trying to, carry it off that back wall. Espion and Blue had a couple of really, really nice plays together. And like I said, Classics did what I expected him to do. He was just annoying, really.
And he did have that really good shot where he air rolled upside down to put the ball onto the far post. So that was a very good play. But really, Kings of Urban felt like all of the players really had statement games. There was really no standout for me, but all players playing very solid. And Jacob coming up big there in that final game was able to pull it out for Kings of Urban. But again, they move on. And we will go into our next series, which will be G2 Esports versus Vendetta. We're going to take a quick break, so go grab a drink if you need it. We'll have G2 versus Vendetta coming up in just a moment, guys, so stick around. Well, I hope you guys are ready for G2 Esports versus Vendetta, because we're going to have that coming up right now. G2 Esports and Vendetta, their map picks are in. The bans are in. G2 Esports banning Wasteland, Vendetta banning Neo Tokyo. We're going to be in all standard affair yet again. Game 1 will start out in Manfield. Game number 2, Beckwith Park. Game number 3, Beckwith Midnight. Game number 4, Utopia Coliseum. And then, as always, game number 5 is going to be DFH Stadium. And those of you who maybe have been living under a rock and you're wondering who the hell G2 Esports is, that is iBuyPower Cosmic's new sponsor. That is G2 Esports consists of Lachinio, Kronovi, and Overzero, and they're going up against the Vendetta squad, who I'm not sure who their third is, but it is 2/3 of the old Lucky Bounce roster: Torment, Darkfire, and then it was Squishy Muffins at one point, but I don't know who is their third now.
I'm confused as to why you wanted that game, but yeah. And for those of you living under even a bigger rock, IBP, iBuyPower, or G2, formerly known as, did win the RLCS, so they are right now supposedly supposed to be at the highest skill level, but I know that they've been struggling a bit since that event. They definitely dropped a bit in the power rankings. They've some online events, they just really haven't been showing as much. They haven't really been pulling out as many wins, as many full victories, getting to the end and actually taking out championships as usual. James, are you getting into this lobby?
No, I'm sitting in here at the lobby with you without.
Interesting interactions.
It seems, yeah, there's something funky going on with the lobbies, it appears.
Something a little funky. Apologize, guys. You have to see the ugliness that is me trying to set stuff up.
Hey, they don't have to see anything. Like right now, we're looking at the map pick, and they would have never known. In fact, maybe they still don't. So let's just pretend that never happened.
Yeah. Just talk quieter. They won't even notice.
They won't. But again, for the bracket, guys, this is single elim. And now G2 Esports going up against Vendetta. The winner of this plays Exodus next round. And that's going to be a tough one. Exodus, they finished at 7-1 or 6-1 on the season, finishing in the number 1 spot. G2 Esports, though, was the only team to take Exodus down. So we will have a rematch, potentially, if G2 wins this. We'll have a rematch from the last regular season series between Exodus and G2.
Exodus, as you said, they were still undefeated, I believe, by the end of this. But that series was incredibly close. As we said, G2, they have their moments still. I definitely see what
on earth are we seeing here? All right, I'm gonna make the bulletin sound, and you can announce what's going on.
So it's looking like we have on G2's roster Gambit, Kronovi, and Gibbs. I guess they really needed somebody. So not only do we have Gambit,
he's IVP Gibbs too. He didn't even change it to G2. It's IVP Gibbs.
I don't know if he's allowed to. He's not on their roster.
Oh man.
We see Gibbs playing in. Not only do we see Gambit, I haven't seen Gambit in how long? But we also have Gibbs now playing with his old teammate, Kronovi. Hype people.
It's Gambit and it's Gambit, Gibbs, and Kronovi.
Going up, allowed? Gibbs. Somebody ask Gibbs.
He's the admin. He's doing it. It's allowed. So we have an interesting substitution in the last moment coming in. But this is game number 1. Oh, not Exodus. My bad. It's Vendetta. So we have G2 in the blue and Vendetta in the purple. Or in the orange. Now Gambit's going to go for it. Gibbs almost cleared the path for Gambit's dribble there.
I'm actually really excited to see this dynamic. I've been playing with Gibbs quite a bit, and he is still a blast to play, still a very good player. But I know him and Crow used to play so much together, and Gambit coming in strong, getting there just in time off that backboard. Good placement, going for the bounce shot, so it's just a little hard to predict. Kronovi, knowing he wasn't going to be able to get the shot, puts it off the backboard. Gambit getting around that last defender, getting the first goal of this series.
It has been a long time since we've gotten to see Gambit play in a tournament. And now we're getting to see Gambit play with Gibbs, which I really did not know that this was happening. So neither did you, Carpet, right?
No, this reaction from us is as genuine as possible.
There's no way they're gonna win. I love Gibbs, but maybe Gambit and Crow can do something special.
I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna give this prediction a G2.
Wow.
I think they're gonna be able to take it.
I think that Vendetta is going to pull this one out in the long run. This is very early on. They just scored one. Vendetta is going to take down this incomplete roster. Now Torment's going to try to pass that out. Pernovi gets a long clear. All players out for Vendetta.
Can't believe Gibbs is here. This is so...
It's not very much pressure. No, I mean, I wouldn't expect him to win, but Lefthamir off the pass from Torment.
Leathermere getting up early for this. Torment putting it above the net. Leathermere getting up quick and putting it to the very top of the crossbar, just nicking it as it goes into the net. Great placement, one of the hardest things to save because you don't know if it's actually going to hit that backboard of that post and go out or in. And he perfectly timed it to where it actually went in instead of out, James. Which you know what that
Well done,
means.
dude. You broke that down so
It's a
well.
goal.
Yeah, is that what happens when the ball goes in the net? Oh.
No. It's
Sorry.
well deserved. It was well deserved.
But now Vendetta going to try to pounce on this incomplete roster. And that shot's going to go right over Gambit. Torment getting the second one for Vendetta.
Torment getting it from the corner. He gets the speed from not a very fast aerial, but he's able to put it directly into the middle of the net. Crow and Gambit both trying to meet in the middle like some sort of Excalibur team trying to pinch it out, but they weren't able to get there in time.
I'm surprised that Gibbs did not make this game rumble, so he had a better chance. And you already went on the books as predicting G2, so finally I'm not going to try to count my chickens before they hatch, but it appears that Vendetta might take this one down as Lefthamir just gets another one. Another one.
Don't count too many chickens, James. There's a game 2, 3, 4, maybe even
nice
5.
pass, Gibbs.
Gibbs getting peeked by Leathermere. Couldn't make the decision of whether to go for it or not. Found himself in a dead zone. As Leathermere popped it around him and treated him like a challenger elite. Sorry, Gibbs, but I'm not really that sorry. This is revenge for all the times you take me down.
Still not over yet. Half the game left to go. Pernovi and Gambit, two very talented players. Gibbs also very talented, but he will tell you, he'll be the first to tell you that he has not practiced as much as he used to back when he was on IBP Cosmic. Now 2-goal lead here for Vendetta as we get into the final 2 minutes. Pernovi trying to dribble that one up the wall. Torment shuts that one down. And Darkfire is going to put a shot in. Gibbs doesn't get to it and it pops straight up. Lefthamir going for it. Gibbs misses again. And that's going to go off the backboard for Darkfire, but Pernovi gets the block. And now it's going to go in. Watch. Oh, maybe not.
No, look at Gibbs. Look at him.
I thought Darkfire was going to hit it.
Oh, he did. Oh, no. Gibbs and Gambit both going up for that. Leathermere had an opportunity. Gambit trying to read it. But look at this.
This is just an onslaught on net.
This isn't even fair.
Just shot after shot for Vendetta.
G2 is wishing they got another sub right about now. Although I'm curious to know how out of practice Gambit is. I understand he had to, oh no. Grenovi just sent Gibbs sky high. Oh, he almost recovered in time. Just too short. I'm curious to know if Gambit, how out of practice he is. I know he did take a step aside from competitive Rocket League about 2 or 3 months ago. And I do see him online once in a while, but it definitely is not the same consistency as we used to see him when he was the full-fledged rostered player on IBA Power.
Very true. Used to compete all the time, not so much anymore, but still a very talented player. But that goal for Lefthamir was a hat trick, so Lefthamir getting the first hat trick that we've seen, I believe, so far in the playoffs. And we'll go on board with Gibbs. We'll see how Gibbs is going to bring this one back. There's about a minute left. He does deny the clear, going for that block on Darkfire. Now the counterattack. Cronovi gets blocked by Torment. Gibbs going to wait. And you could see Gibbs wanting to make the save, but just too much for him. And Darkfire puts it in for the 5th goal for Vendetta.
Gibbs was trying to trace and follow that, but him and Crow were in the same spot. It was a tough decision. I guess Gibbs didn't really know the Crow's going to go up for that. And no one sat back in net. If he had sat back in the corner, it might have been easier. But right now, we're seeing Vendetta just ruthlessly take advantage of the fact.
How much do you regret jumping on that bandwagon when that first goal was scored?
It actually wasn't because of the goal. I might have, I kind of wanted to, mostly because I know I haven't seen Gambit play in a while. And I know Gibbs is very defensive, but usually lets Cronovi do what he wants to do. So I genuinely just, honestly, I'd hope, but it had nothing to do with that first goal. But
Gotcha.
I am regretting it either way. Because I don't like it when James wins. Oh, Darkfire.
Ooh. Still have a chance for the Brazil. But look at that. Pop from Darkfire, and then he just swings it by. And why not get the final touch for some flair?
All these sweet, sweet decals. So many sweet decals.
So we'll see if Gibbs has at least bought enough time for the full roster of G2 to get on. You've got to wonder where they are. Where is Overzero? Where is Lichinio? Why can they not be here for this? They are needed.
That sounded like a weird trailer for like a movie. Okay, Lichinio is apparently here. Gibbs can take a step down and officially retire. This was his last competitive game, everyone. He will never play Rocket League again.
What? It was a good plan. I feel like Gibbs was like, all right, guys, let him score a lot of goals on us so we can buy a lot of time so that Lichinio can get here. So that was probably the strategy. And honestly, I've seen Gibbs play, and Gibbs is phenomenal. He is one of the best players in the world still. But one of the things that people forget about him is that not only is he incredibly skilled in mechanical Rocket League, but he is a tactician. And this game was tactics for him to buy time for Lichinio to get here. So that just shows you the next level and selfless nature of Gibbs. He just continues to impress no matter what he does.
So selfless. He was so selfless that he made the team lose.
Wow. What
you know?
Well, it's he figured that why make it close? You know, why spend those minutes wasting the time blocking shots when the clock is still going? Lichinio, you know, he's getting his hair done, getting his nails done, trying to get ready for the game, and Gibbs just trying to buy that time. So now he is here. So we have 2/3 of the starting roster in place here for G2 Esports, just missing Overzero. But instead of Overzero, they have Gambit, and that is not that bad of a replacement here. And now we've got game number 2. Vendetta took game number 1. Can G2 battle back and get the win here now?
For the rest of this game, we will refer to Lichinio as looking for one champion, one crate, as opposed to his real name.
One champion, one crate?
He wants only a single champion, one crate.
Well, I hope that he finds it. But now we do have a breakaway opportunity. Gambit gets beat by Lethamyr. Lethamir's going to pop it up for Darkfire. And then Lethamyr putting a shot in, but Cronovi will be there. That looked to be a little wide anyway.
A potential to happen in this first game is that Vendetta, after having such a comfortable win in game 1, won't come out as strong, and hopefully Lichinio, Crow, and Gambit can... Oh, that demo is actually fantastic. Looks like Gambit might have gotten up underneath that.
Yeah, we've seen multiple demos so far from Vendetta, playing very physical. Oh, and the miss in net. I didn't catch who that was, but it's wide open for Darkfire.
Gambit actually was going to take it off the wall. Crow had faith in Gambit, but he didn't get the backflip and needed. Crow then just got a little too underneath. The Darkfire coming through. There's really no reason Lichinio would have even had to go or been able to get that. It was just a little bit of a misread from Crow after expecting Gambit to get that hit. So
Darkfire with his dirty octane. able to get the first goal here in game number 2. Now Lichinio going for that hit, misses it. Gambit trying to get it by Lethamyr. He does, but Darkfire comes in to contest. Now Lethamyr is going to get it out to Darkfire, who barely missed out on that shot. Still good pressure coming out from Vendetta. Gambit and Kronovi both working together. That one's going to go off the post. It looked like Kronovi actually wanted to dribble out.
Gambit just a little shy on that shot. He did get up very quickly for that, more than I expected. But he was just a little bit too wide, putting that on the post. Or crossbar, one or the other. Not the net.
Now Gambit putting that out into the middle for Kronovi. Kronovi touches down Lichinio, challenging. Lethamyr gets the win. Torment pops it up for Darkfire. Darkfire trying to get there in time. Darkfire popping it up for Torment. Now they counterattack. Gambit up against Lethamyr. He leaves it for Kronovi. Gambit's going to try to tap that down into the middle. He does get it by, but that's going to go all the way across net. Lethamyr getting it out of Gambit's way. Ooh, almost a double touch opportunity, and that net's wide open, and Gambit just rolls it right in.
Gambit gets the touch to roll it. We see Darkfire go up for it. Lethamyr was way wide left. Just not the kind of place you want to be, especially when you see both your players up in their net. Darkfire was a little bit short. He tried to go up for that off the backboard, but it was just too high for him to reach. I think Lethamyr had a lot of faith in him being able to reach that. Gambit got the tap and then the BM drive away.
Oh,
and then what? Able to turn around so quickly. Kronovi getting the demo and then the pass out. One more touch, almost. He tried to put it towards the net. Darkfire waiting for Crow's touch, trying to predict it, but then as he gets there, Gambit was able to contest him and push it right over his hood.
and Gambit getting the only 2 goals here for G2 in this game. Taking advantage of that pass from Kronovi. Kronovi wanted to finish that one off himself. And Gambit getting that block there also. Very critical play. Gambit taking a few circles at that boost.
It's been a while, you know. He's a little rusty on the boost grabs.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh.
Now, oh, that's going in. How did that manage to sneak in?
I believe they saw Gambit going for the touch, and they either expected it to go up the top. Lethamyr, yeah, he got a little confused. He saw Gambit. He could have actually gotten underneath that ball to tap it to the side. But once he saw Gambit, he had faith in Gambit to touch it. That's one of those scary situations. Like, trusting in an opposing team to hit the ball usually lets you predict it better. But sometimes they can result in silly goals like that where you expect them to take a shot, and when they don't, it actually lets the ball roll right past you.
Now that Lichinio is here, G2 is looking much better. And Vendetta on the back foot now. Lethamyr is going to go for that. No, he leaves it for Torment. Gambit gets the touch. Lethamyr challenging Lichinio, gets the win. Now Darkfire is going to go for it. Torment blocking the ball at half. That one's up for Kronovi. Kronovi puts a shot wide right. Lichinio gets another touch all the way back to Gambit, who puts it in. 1 minute left. 2-goal lead here for G2. Torment on the wall, gets the block, sends it into the corner. That one bounces out into the middle. Kronovi gets a shot that's rolling towards net, but Lethamyr gets in the middle of that one. Bouncing out into the mid. Kronovi challenging Darkfire. Darkfire knocks it over to the side. And now Lethamyr gets the hit. Gambit's going to come in and just clean up for another goal.
Yeah, looking for one champ, one crate, came across to try and take the first shot. He wanted it bad. Lethamyr tried to clear it out, but he actually had a really weak touch. No one able to follow it up, giving Gambit a nice wide open canvas to paint.
And that's a hat trick now for Gambit.
Oh man, Gambit coming out strong. Just without talking about him maybe being a little rusty on the competitive edge, but he seems to be doing a good job of taking the opportunity that his teammates are giving him.
Gambit never rusty. Now we are in the final 10 seconds of the game. A block from Lichinio. Gambit doesn't have enough boost to get there. But that is still enough for G2 to take that one. Commander Link Kronovi going for that air dribble. And Darkfire getting the goal on that one. What a team play.
What a team play. Crow just having some fun knowing it's 0 seconds. Darkfire and Lichinio going for the pinch right in just to give it some speed, some pace. Want to make sure that ball goes into that net. But G2 Esports coming ahead in game 2. Gibbs was the problem.
And imagine what would have happened if Gibbs had to start the second game and they had another game where they couldn't play Lichinio. I'm telling you, Gibbs buying that time, putting his life down on the line for the squad so that Lichinio could get back, that won them this game. So all credit going to Gibbs on that victory. But Gambit also helping out with a hat trick on 6 shots. Darkfire, also known for his incredible scoring ability, getting the only 2 goals for Vendetta. We'll have to see Torment and Lethamir step up in game number 3 if we want to see Vendetta fight back.
We definitely see a lot of strength out of Vendetta. I do think they slowed down a little bit in game 2. I think their utter dominance in game 1 probably gave them a slight bit of confidence. And as they came into game 2, they were a little powerful in the first minute. But once G2 were able to get those passing plays, once Crow and Gambit were able to get those wild plays they used to back in the day, put Vendetta a little bit more on their back foot. They didn't confidently come up like they had so much in game 1. And we didn't see as many shots come out. But as you said, Darkfire still an incredible shooter. He did make some great plays for his team, but just a little too short.
So now we're all tied up at 1-1 here in game number 3. Darkfire all the way back, trying to do some boost stealing. Tapping it by Kronovi. That net's going to be open. Gambit's not going to be able to get back in time, and Darkfire keeps his scoring spree going.
Gambit caught out with no boost. He was going up for this ball. He didn't go for the corner boost. Oh, I guess no, he did have boost. I just can't see that boost as well. That new nifty little geometric boost. I forget what it's called. Wasn't able to see it as it comes across. But he was going up the side, maybe expecting it to go up the wall. But as it dropped down towards the net, he wasn't able to retreat back quick enough.
Now Gambit passing that out into the middle for Kronovi. Kronovi wasn't able to get the hit, but Gambit's going up for another attempt. Lethamir shuts that one down. Gambit getting it by Torment. Kronovi not able to get the hit for the shot. But Gambit gets the block, keeping it in the orange half. Kronovi just trying to get that out into a dangerous spot. Now Darkfire
coming in with a lot of pressure early on in this game. We just saw about 5 or 6 shots on net. We have to make sure the defense seems to be what's lacking a little bit in continuity. They've let in some goals by just being a little bit confused, being out of place, a couple of roll-ins. So if they can keep their defense just enough to get the counter plays up, I think they still have potential to keep control of this game.
Still plenty of time remaining on the clock. Good win from Lichinio. That net's wide open, and Lichinio's going to just put it in after beating the entire Vendetta defense.
Both teams have been caught at a net. I think this is the 3rd or 4th goal that's been wide open. Darkfire and Lethamir doing their best to try and at least body Lichinio as they get a chance, or maybe nick the ball if they can. But Lichinio pulled away just in the nick of time, able to put that into the corner of the net.
And that was a smart play, like you said. The last defender was Torment, I believe. And instead of just trying to force it through Torment, he hit it off the side of the wall to get it by him. Very smart play from Lichinio. But Darkfire on the other end of a beautiful pass.
So we see a contested from Lichinio. He goes to contest this in the corner. He gets there just a little bit too late. Generally, you probably don't want to contest those unless you know for a fact you'll beat the defender. If he had waited for Lethamir to put that in the corner first, I guarantee you Lichinio would have gotten there before the shot had gone off. But since he tried to contest it a little bit early in the corner and no one on his team could rotate into net, it ended up resulting in a goal against them.
Darkfire getting the clear. Kronovi snags boost, but that was dangerous. Torment almost getting a shot. That's a long shot in. Lethamyr might not have boost. He didn't, but he was able to make the save, but Gambit comes in and cleans it up.
Lethamyr actually got up for that. We saw a really good turnout from Kronovi. Lethamyr, I don't know if he did have boost or just enough to get there. I'm actually impressed that he got there at all, buying it just a little bit more time, but not enough for his team as G2 reaches the ball first.
Yeah, it seemed like he did not have boost to go for that one. He was able to keep it out, but you saw it just bouncing off the crossbar in the floor. And that's a tough spot if you're the last defender back, because you do not want to hit it in, and Gambit took advantage of that. Tied it up.
I'm really liking the kind of thought process that I see Gambit, and he's been cheating up a little more than we see G2 players sometimes. And Gambit's been trying to get a couple of really nice redirects, giving his team good opportunities. He's not exactly just going for shots, but also for good passing opportunities. Just a little bit short sometimes. I think it could just be a little bit of a little bit of not having enough practice with these guys. I don't think he's done anything wrong. No malpractice.
Criminal malpractice. Yeah.
Criminal.
Hopefully they. Oh, Kronovi! Oh, to himself off the wall.
Kronovi with the read up to the top corner of the backboard, and then just rotating his car enough to put that down into the net. No one from Vendetta was deep enough in net to be able to contest that. They did not expect that to go the way it did.
Good control in the air by Kronovi, passing it to himself off the backboard. And now G2 leading here in game number 3. Lethamyr's going to pop that up. Kronovi gets the save. Gambit in the back, waiting. Lethamyr now trying to start the counterattack. Passes it to Torment in the middle. Torment puts a shot in. Kronovi gets the save. But a good pass from Lethamyr. Now a pinch. That one might bounce out into the mid. It does, and that's going to be a wide open net as Darkfire puts it in.
Lichinio, good try. He wanted to actually backflip and pinch this into the wall, hoping it would cross, but he just got there a second too late. He knew he wouldn't be able to get back in net, so he did his best to try.
But did you see that pinch, though? That pinch was insane.
Yeah. There's really honestly no reason Lichinio should have expected a pinch of that caliber.
Over 50 caliber pinch there. That was of the highest caliber. And off the backboard, Lethamyr had a chance as that was a missed by the G2 defense. And now we're tied up. About 30 seconds left to go. Lichinio trying to slow the ball down for his teammates, but Lethamyr's the one who takes advantage of that one. Kronovi, the last one back, gets a touch. Torment's going to tap it off the backboard. Still dangerous, but Gambit's going to try to dribble it out. Lethamyr challenging. An attack forming here for Vendetta. That one coming out into the middle. But Darkfire played too far out. Now the counterattack. Lethamyr's got an open chance. He's going to try to go for the pass. Out to Darkfire. Darkfire leaves it. And now that one's going to be going on target, but Torment puts it down, and we have overtime.
Now these guys are really going to be going neck and neck. We saw a very, very close opportunity. Crow was able to just get there in time. But Vendetta almost took that in the last few seconds.
But now, golden goal overtime. Lichinio beating all players of the Vendetta defense. But now a counterattack opportunity. Darkfire is going to go for the pass, but Lichinio gets there and gets the touch. Lethamyr up on the wall, expecting it. Torment up in the air, gets the shot in. Kronovi gets up in time to make the save, but a scary moment for G2.
That was an incredible shot from Torment, just as incredible of a save from Kronovi. Oh, what a dunk on Darkfire. Getting a second touch. Oh, Lichinio almost able to put that on target.
Now back-to-back opportunities for both teams. Tied up in this best-of-5 series at 1-1. Whoever scores next will take the lead in the series. Torment puts it up in the air, goes for it himself. Lichinio getting the stop. Ball going across the field. Torment's there. Hits it off the roof of his car and puts it down. Darkfire getting a shot, but Lichinio gets in the middle of that one. Lethamyr getting beaten out by Gambit. Pressure mounting. Lethamyr gets a good long clear. And now Kronovi putting that one up the wall. This one's a scary spot for him. Trying to control it. It's dunked on there by Darkfire. And then Torment gets blocked. Darkfire putting that one in. Both Lethamyr and Darkfire went for it. Gambit popping it up over. He's still keeping control of it. Now, Lethamyr beating out Kronovi. Gets a second touch. Darkfire trying to beat the last defender. Gambit gets a touch on it.
Gambit patiently waited for the shot to come off his hood first, knowing he was going to be able to get that speed, knowing that Darkfire really couldn't play any mind games with him. He really had no choice but to take the shot. Very smart move by Gambit.
Gambit trying to dribble it in. Darkfire gets the stop, but it's still dangerous. Lichinios can put it in. He puts it high off the crossbar. The net was wide open. And now the counterattack. But Torment gets blocked. That net's wide open, and Kronovi's going to put it in. No! He didn't get enough on it!
Oh, G2 must be so frustrated right now. 2 almost goal opportunities. Will they turn around right here? Almost again!
Those should have been goals.
Unprecedented amount of shots coming from G2 right now.
Those were 2 golden opportunities. And G2 could not sink the shot, allowing Vendetta to hang around in this one. And we are 3 minutes into overtime.
G2 has 18 shots on goal, for anyone wondering. They have had an incredible amount of pressure, but just a few too many shots, just a tad bit off target, which are devastating, especially in a 3-minute overtime when you want this to be more than over.
Darkfire trying to pop that out. Gambit gets the block, and now a tough spot. It's a 3-on-1. Gambit and Lichinio trying to get back. That's super dangerous, but Kronovi forces it across net. Now Lethamyr going up, putting that one off the side of the walls, going for his own pass. Kronovi wins that 50-50, a weird bounce off the wall. Torment is going to be there. Lichinio puts it up. Kronovi going, or Gambit going for the shot, puts it high. Darkfire gets it so that Kronovi couldn't get the shot, and another Darkfire save. And now Darkfire versus Kronovi. He flings it by him, and Vendetta gets the overtime goal.
Oh my God, so stressful. Thankfully, Darkfire was able to keep his calm right about here. Although it was a 2v1, he had Lethamyr to bail him out, someone to pass it to, even if he didn't make it on target. But Kronovi stuck in just an awful situation. When it's a 1v1 dribbling situation that's on their hood, there's not a whole lot you can do, especially against a player as skilled as Darkfire.
Well,
coming in strong with 4 goals for his team.
Darkfire is single-handedly making this happen. You saw that slow dribble goal showing you how to handle the pressure. You see him say there, my heart can't handle much more, but he was calm under pressure and got that 1v1 goal. And we saw G2 had chances. They had a shot. Lichinio had a shot on net, and Kronovi both had a shot on net. Lichinio put it high, and Kronovi just didn't get enough on it. So very, very close game. G2 let Vendetta stick around just too long, and Darkfire coming up with 4 goals, 6 saves on 5 shots. So a performance of the ages for Darkfire.
21 shots on goal from G2. That is obscene. Gambit with 9 shots total. We don't exactly see the best goal to shot ratio, but we do know that the team can put up and keep up the pressure. It's just a matter of taking that extra quarter second to make sure that the ball goes in the net. We saw, like you said, a lot of just barely missed opportunities where it was just on target, or just a little bit off target, I should say, right at the post, or just a little too weak, enough for someone to come in for it. But that was quite the overtime.
A nail biter. And now Vendetta, if they can win this game, they will knock G2 out of the playoffs. and move on to play Exodus.
Vendetta has kept up to the pace of G2 very well. Their defense and their defensive rotations were just phenomenal. Being able to uphold for those 21, 22 shots from G2, definitely not something to just kind of brush off.
Ooh, that pass out for Torment. Lethamyr, he's shown his passing capabilities. Getting the ball to Torment out in the middle a few times. They weren't able to get the goal on it. But Lethamyr gets the goal on that one from the defensive shakiness from G2.
Lethamyr just beating out Gambit, who wanted to go contest. I think he got just underneath it. Gambit did get the first touch on the ball.
Ah.
He actually did get the first touch on the ball, but it was too much at the bottom of his card. It didn't affect the ball enough to stop Lethamyr from taking that shot.
It did affect the angle, though, because that Gambit touching that ball made it come off a bit strange, and Lichinio was not expecting the shot to go where it did, so it working out there for Vendetta, who takes the lead early on in the first minute here of game number 4, trying to close out the series and send G2 home.
They're in a good position to do so. Now in the lead with only one win left. But we have to hope that Vendetta is going to be able to keep this pressure on and be able to handle the G2 pressure. Because if G2 increases their accuracy in the slightest, we could see this game go heavily in the favor of them.
Now Gambit in the corner, waiting for his chance to clear it out. Going for the air dribble. Lichinio putting a shot in. Darkfire remaining calm, even though a player from G2 just whizzing by his face. And now the pass into the mid, finished off by Lethamyr.
Trying to spread this lead as much as possible, giving them as much padding in case G2 are able to. But Darkfire getting that around 2 G2 players, both committing just a little bit too early and punching that into net.
Now a 2-goal lead here for Vendetta. But still, 3 minutes left on the clock, and a block from Darkfire leaves it open for Torment, and Torment's going to sneak it in.
This is not the kind of lead you want to let a team, as simple as that is. Darkfire with the dunk. We see G2 again. They're a little too antsy to get onto offense. They don't leave enough people back on defense. Although that was off kickoff, so it's a little unfair to say truly. But they're not exactly happy when they're on defense. So you see them get a little too antsy to get on offense. They commit somebody. Oh, what a bullet! Just to the top of the crossbar. I do that a lot. I need to stop.
I don't think you should, man. You're beautiful, Carpet.
Oh, so are you.
But now 3 goals separating G2. G2 need to get something going quick. They hope to turn this one down around. About half the game left to go. Now Gambit up the wall, passing it into the middle. Torment breaks it up. Now off the corner of the wall, Lethamyr and Torment working together. Gambit rushing back. Now Torment going to pass it over to Lethamyr. Lethamyr a little bit too far up, but Darkfire's there to keep the pressure on. Lichinio getting the stop. It's going to pop right up. Lethamyr's going to put that off the backboard. Now Darkfire with plenty of boost, waiting for his chance in the back. We're under 2 minutes left. Now long shot from Gambit. That's going to go in as nobody from Vendetta is back on defense.
Looks like Vendetta got a little confident knowing they had this big lead. Both Lethamyr and Darkfire coming up in the same exact location. I don't know if Lethamyr saw... I almost called him Vendetta because it's in his name. I don't know if he saw Darkfire, but he should have because he was behind him. But both of them being in the same place, trying to go for that ball, having a little confidence and control, gave Gambit the opportunity to take a shot over both their heads.
Now a big win from Darkfire puts that just high. Now Darkfire passing that out to his teammates in the middle. Lethamyr gets the pop. Darkfire going up yet again. Going to put that off the backboard. Lethamyr wins that out. Torment's going up, and he puts a shot in, but Kronovi makes the save. Darkfire with the demo. 1 minute left. G2 fighting for their life. If they lose this, they are out, and Vendetta moves on to play Exodus.
This would be a little devastating for G2, as we know they are generally a more favored team whenever they do compete. But Vendetta is a team that has shown up so strong since they were finalized. I think Lethamyr is finalizing the roster. I don't know for certain. But none of them playing very, very well. I understand G2 wasn't playing with the full roster, but you know, you play with what you play with. You do what you got to do, and it looks like Vendetta just came out a little bit stronger so far.
And now, oh, Torment! That's just gonna end it. End it for Vendetta.
You're done. I mean, after that goes in front of you and your death 3 goes down. Oh, Torment! That was actually disgusting. Getting that around Lachinio. It seems like they were making Lachinio sit back in that a little bit too much. I think Gambit and Crow were trying to do a little of their old school combos. And Lachinio, I feel like he's just been sent back a little bit too far. I know he's an incredible striker and dribbler. I like to see him fly free once in a while because he can do well. But I feel like he's looks like he feels constrained to net whenever things are going up. Cool. And
Vendetta. That does it. You are right. G2 is eliminated by Vendetta 3-1. So G2, they bounced back in the second game, but Vendetta led by Darkfire in those first few games, but Torment and Lethamyr getting the goals in here, or in game number 4, securing their spot, moving on. So a good series. G2, though, falling a little bit short, and they are going to move on to play Exodus.
Vendetta is definitely playing at the pace that a team about to go against Exodus would probably need to play against. I understand G2 did have Gibbs for that first game, and I do love you, Gibbs, but it is very hard. As you know, we just don't get to play as much. There's no way he's gonna be able to keep up with the pace of these players. But you know, when they brought in Lachinio, they had Gambit as their sub. They didn't have their starting roster, which was supposed to be with Over Zero. And their other sub, I believe, is Squishy Muffins. I guess neither were available for today. But sadly, they fell just a little bit short. It looked like they didn't have the continuity that they used to with Gambit. But again, they haven't played together, at least consistently, from what I can tell, in months.
Yep, Over Zero, nowhere to be found today. But Gambit, he still played very well in those games. And then one of the games they won, he had a hat trick. So Gambit was showing up, but still just not enough, as Vendetta takes the win, and they will be moving on. But that going to be it for the first 2 series of the day. And now we'll move on into the semifinals, where we have Exodus going up against Vendetta and Kings of Urban going up against Selfless. Guys, go grab a drink, go grab a snack. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, everybody. Hope you are ready for some more Rocket League action. We got Kings of Urban versus Selfless coming up. But before we do that, we are going to announce the Gamer Saloon Champions League MVP. Findable Carpet. Do you know who it is?
Oh, I know who it is.
All right.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah, it's Garrett G from Exodus. We talked about him a little bit earlier in the day. Garrett G played all 7 games with Exodus throughout the regular season, and he led them in scoring, goals, saves, and shooting percentage against the most critical opponents, Kings of Urban, Vendetta, and Selfless. And Exodus finished as the number 1 seed, clinching it in week 6, and they were just all around the best team in the league, and all thanks, or in a large part, to Garrett G. So he'll be winning the Steel Series Siberia 350 gaming headset.
Yeah, Garrett G's the kind of player where you really don't see him have an off day. There's just days where he's either really gonna make you pay or just make you pay normal amounts. He always shows so well. One of the more consistent players I've really ever watched. His striking is just kind of insane. Some of the touches that guy can make, he's always where he needs to be. A very well-deserved award. Congratulations, Garrett G, for winning the GamerSaloon Championship League MVP.
And there's no doubt that he will take pride in that. Garrett, we love to say, oh my Garrett, quite a bit, because he is just so fast and talented up in the air. But that brings us to our next matchup. We have Kings of Urban versus Selfless. The map picks are in. Exodus is banning Neo Tokyo. And let's see here. Oh, wait. It looks like our sheet is a little bit messed up on the bottom. It says Exodus versus Vendetta, which I don't think is right.
Is it not?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
I thought so.
Oh, are we casting them now?
Yeah.
That's not what that's not what my sheet says.
Well, I'm in a game with Vendetta right now.
I guess we are.
I guess so.
We will be having Vendetta versus Exodus then. So we'll get to see the league MVP play.
I blame Gibbs. It's probably Gibbs' fault that we're confused.
It does say on the sheet, Selfless versus to be determined, and then below it says Exodus versus to be determined. But we'll go ahead and cast this Exodus versus Vendetta game. We just got to see Vendetta play and take out G2, and so which was a little bit of a surprise, but they did have to play with a few subs, Gibbs and Gambit subbing in.
We don't see a ban from Vendetta. I believe that's probably just a mistake. Most likely, knowing the consistency of the teams in this league, it was probably Wasteland or Double Goal. Everyone likes to ban Double Goal. I've never seen anyone even come close to picking Double Goal. Honestly, if I were in this league, I would pick Double Goal every moment a team didn't ban it. Just because everyone seems to hate it so much. But it looks like we're about to get underway.
Yep. We have Exodus in the blue going up against Vendetta in the orange. We just saw Vendetta take down G2. We haven't seen Exodus yet today because they had a bye in the first round. So now both Vendetta and Exodus are guaranteed money. The top 4 places are guaranteed cash finishes. So these guys are going to get money. The question is how much? Now in game number 1, we'll see if Garrett can rise to the occasion and prove that he deserves that MVP.
Way to put a lot of weight on him. And it looks like he does. All right, done. He's earned it. That's all he had to do. Just as soon as James asked, we see both Torment and Leathermere going to contest the ball as opposed to one going back in net. Contesting the ball in midfield is actually really good. It buys your team a lot of time. But in a situation like that, when no one goes back to net, just in case the contest goes awry, it's not a very good plan. So in that case, they did pay dearly for that.
But we saw that Vendetta can bounce back after a loss in the last game, or in the last series versus G2. Did not let that loss faze them whatsoever. But Exodus, they finished the regular season 6-1. So these guys are ferocious. Now Garrett coming up for a hit. Trying to put it off the backboard. He gets it, and that's going to be wide open for Moses, but Moses actually gets blocked by Lethamyr.
Lethamyr read that well. He flung himself towards around the mid-range of the net, a little off the ground, knowing that was pretty much the only place he could shoot it, hoping he wasn't going to take a nice cheeky lob slowly above the net, and Lethamyr was actually able to body that.
Now off the wall. Turtle gets a touch on it. Moses going for the shot in. Turtle's going for another touch, but Darkfire gets there. Darkfire getting a block on Garrett's touch. Now Garrett up, trying to set it for Moses. Moses going up against Lethamyr. Moses hits it deep into the corner. Darkfire opts to get the boost and then gets stuffed by Turtle.
Oh, the whiff. Oh, Lethamyr just able to pull his team out of that scary situation. Torment flying by that, not getting the touch at all. Now we're going to see if they can mount some pressure against Exodus, who has seemed to have most of the control so far this game.
Still plenty of time left. Just a 1-goal lead here for Exodus. Now Torment. All the players flying by the ball right now, struggling to get this out of the orange half. Turtle touching it past Moses, but right to Garrett. Garrett putting a shot in, and Torment just getting a nose on it. Now, Lethamyr tries to bump Garrett a little bit, but Garrett did not budge. Now Darkfire gets a shot just high, and Lethamyr also hitting the crossbar.
Top post, James.
The top post. I don't think I want to trigger people.
That's true. I'll be the triggerer. We see Exodus taking a lot of midfield shots, taking that mid-range, using the opportunity to try and force a defender into the net. We're forcing them into a kind of static positioning. When you make a defender take a save, when they're really not prepared for it, if they can't get a good hard clear out of it, you're kind of forcing them to stay stagnant, stick in net, try and get the save. But Darkfire! Oh, so close.
Back-to-back crossbar hits. And now Garrett's going to put it off the wall for Turtle. Turtle falling back to get some boost. Moses just trying to cause some chaos for the orange net. Moses out to Garrett. Garrett's going to put it downfield. That one almost going in. Garrett following his own shot and puts it in for the second goal of the game.
This redirect from the side actually goes unanswered. Torment did not expect. You see him stop and turn, waiting for Garrett to maybe pass that over to his teammate, Turtle, or just kind of drop it down, but Garrett keeps the power underneath it. Torment then caught in a position where he's not going to be able to, he's kind of in a dead zone. He's not going to be able to reach the ball in time, which even though it didn't go in net right away, it gave Garrett plenty of time to follow up his own pass.
So Garrett got named the GamerSaloon Champions League MVP prior to the start of this game, and he just missed out on that block from Lethamyr.
Trying to close that gap. We see Lethamyr trying to put the pressure on Torment, and Turtle going for the 50. It goes straight up into the ceiling. Read well by Lethamyr, just a little too high. Garrett trying to get that aerial off the ceiling. He underpredicted it a little bit, thought it was going to bounce a little slower. And Lethamyr able to sink in the net, making it only a 1-point game with 50 seconds left.
Now, Garrett gets the dunk on Lethamyr. Going for the shot, but Darkfire breaks it up. Turtle in the back. Oh, not the greatest jump from him. That gets by. Now Moses putting that one in on net. Torment gets the stop, but pops straight up. Torment following his own save. Now Moses off the corner. Gonna put it out for Darkfire. Darkfire gets a hit, but it's right to Turtle. Turtle puts it over to Garrett. Now Garrett getting beaten by Torment. Lethamyr on the counterattack. This is probably the final counterattack that we will see. And Moses shuts that down. And that is going to be it for game number 1. Exodus takes it over Vendetta.
Oh, Scout's honor. I was going to give this to Exodus as far as predictions goes. You don't have to believe me. I understand if you don't. If you want
No,
to,
I would say that's a good prediction. I'd say that's a good prediction. I would have also predicted Exodus as well.
Okay. Well, then
because they are the #1 seed, and they have been killing it all season long. So, and they have Garrett.
I mean, yeah, they do have the MVP, which is just unfair. But as you can tell, even that game, proving his worth, 2 goals, I think he had a save in there. Just kind of all around, no matter where he is in the field, he will show. You really don't see Garrett make mistakes. Very rarely have I ever had to say as a caster, oh man, that goal went in because of Garrett's mistake. Not a sentence I'll ever really blurt out. I mean, that's honestly why I definitely wanted to push him for MVP as well. Just his consistency is kind of almost unrivaled, but it's more just like not only is he consistent, but he still always manages to pull out fantastic touches every game. Like almost every game he shines, and it's honestly such a blast to cast for reasons just like that.
And he did score the only goals for Exodus in the first game, so can he keep that streak going? And he's using the Batmobile now, which is a little strange.
He hasn't been using that for the past month or so-ish, I think.
Was he using it? I thought he was using the Breakout recently.
Was he? Maybe he's been swapping back and forth. Ooh, almost. Turtle trying to get that tight angle.
Now, Garrett coming in, gets a good pop off the corner. Now both Lethamyr and Garrett missing. Moses gets the stop. Now Turtle trying to read it off the ceiling. Bounces it across the field. Darkfire will be there. Takes it slow. Is going to try to dribble it up the wall, but Garrett shuts that down. Lethamyr puts that off the backboard. Darkfire will be there, but he puts it wide. Now Turtle beating out the defense. Trying to push it back up. Moses had a chance, but he was just a little too far under the ball. Now Darkfire off the wall, going for the shot. Garrett gets the save. Garrett with a long clear. Lethamyr taking his time. Gets the boost and the clear, but is taken out in a demo by Turtle.
A little bit of an accidental demo. Some ping-ponging back and forth. Nothing too wild mounting just yet. And we're just trying to get that first opportunity of attack. That first time to really take a good shot on net and put a team into some sort of defensive, frantic positioning. But it has yet to happen. Oh, ooh. Turtle! Almost finding that opportunity right there.
Turtle trying to air roll to put that one down, but he just could not get above it enough. But he does settle this ball and going for the dribble. That one's shut down by Torment. Darkfire moving up. Lethamyr to Torment. Just out of Torment's reach. Garrett gets the hit. Moses coming up. Both Garrett and Moses missing that one. Now Darkfire with the shot on net. That one's blocked by Turtle. Turtle going up for another hit. And Lethamyr blocks Moses' shot.
Turtle seems to be a little out of his element right now. A little more missed touches than I'm used to seeing from him. He as well is also one of the more consistent players. Can definitely get to the ball in weird situations. Kind of always has. Usually always had a more passing mindset than most players. Very early on in the game, he kind of took on the role of passing to his teammates. And
Garrett!
What? Thank you, Turtle. Make it look like a genius. Turtle, instead of going for the shot, he goes off the backboard to force Torment and Lethamyr to try and go up for it. And Garrett getting up as quick and high as possible, still putting it up to the crossbar, keeping it up high, out of reach of any defenders.
Garrett with a beautiful finish off of that pass from Turtle, illustrating your comments perfectly. Now Garrett's going to go and read that off the corner, puts it in. That's going to be on target, but Darkfire gets the save on that one. Moses trying to slow it down in the corner, forcing it by Torment, going up for another shot. Goes off the backboard. Garrett Being beaten by Darkfire. Torment going up. Darkfire with a chance. Does get it by Moses, but Garrett is there for the save. And that's going to be a wide open net for Darkfire. Looked like there was a field side flip.
I believe Garrett did get the save. Then Turtle went to go come out. Moses trying to take back post. Yeah, Turtle back flipped instead of being able to go up forward, forcing Moses to try and come from the back post. But he wasn't able to reach it in time as Darkfire puts it in.
You can see Turtle with the whoops there, accidentally back flipping. Now Garrett on the wall, putting it over for Moses. Moses gets a touch, but that just puts it up for Darkfire to get a long hit. Dangerous ball here. Moses challenging Torment. Torment gets it by him. Garrett has to get the hit, but Lethamyr comes right in and hits it by Garrett for the goal.
These are those bounces off that back wall I was talking about that are just so hard to deal with as a defender. That bounce at an awkward angle. It didn't bounce out hitting off of a flat wall, and it didn't go straight down as if it hit the perfect corner. It kind of found that perfect middle ground where Garrett had to wait to see what it was going to do. From his angle, it's almost impossible to tell where it's going to bounce, and he couldn't react quick enough, where someone out in the midfield is able to see the ball position a little bit quicker.
Now 30 seconds left. Vendetta leading in game number 2 after following game number 1. Moses gets that save. Darkfire waiting in the back like a predator, waiting for his chance. He does see it and goes for it, but that one goes off the backboard. Torment up, putting that shot in. Garrett gets the save. 10 seconds left. The breakout attempt. Turtle gets it by. That's going to pop out for Garrett. Garrett and Moses both going for it, and they miss it. Moses hits it out of Garrett's way, and that's going to be it. Vendetta takes game number 2.
Very, very close counterattack. Almost. Moses went up. Moses and Garrett both went up. Moses put it just a little bit too wide. He did see a goalie in net, so he probably thought twice about his placement. Thought a little bit too hard and a little bit too long. Wasn't able to get the shot he wanted. And Vendetta takes game 2. That is 1-1.
It looked like both Moses and Garrett had a good shot, a good line on that shot. They both went for it, and it just did not work out. So Vendetta fighting back. Darkfire and Torment getting those goals. Garrett, he let that one sneak by him with Lethamyr. And then Turtle with the feels of backflip, man, helping that first goal with Darkfire. So a little bit of defensive miscues here for Exodus, result in that win for Vendetta.
There were a few slower defensive reactions from Exodus that game, which did result in some of the goals for Vendetta. But Vendetta did a good job of putting up the pressure. They were making sure to keep the ball above the net, making sure to force those defenders to put themselves in bad places, force them to come out for those saves. And eventually, if you keep it up on any good team, there's a good chance you'll find a hole to sink in the net.
And we're here in game number 3. Again, this is a best of 5. This is the semifinals. Whoever wins this moves into top 2 guaranteed. And Darkfire, he's been big for Vendetta all day long, coming up huge here.
Again, hitting that corner, bouncing straight down. Garrett wanted to read that off. He thought it would bounce a little more vertically, but it came off the wall just too far. I think he might have side flipped a little too early. Wasn't able to get the distance off the wall. But as you said, Darkfire reading almost every bounce just with so much precision. Able to get there before anyone could contest.
A very early goal for Vendetta. And that's a wide open net. But Garrett gets the save. I see what he was trying to do. There might have been a player who would have gotten back in time. But that might have been in, Carpet.
Yeah, that was very close. Looked like Torment might have been just a quarter second too late to save that. But Garrett, knowing his map awareness, he probably understood. He heard someone coming from behind him. He assumed that someone from Vendetta would have had the skill and the pace to be able to save that. It wasn't a very fast-paced or difficult shot for anyone in position. So he was trying to tap it around or stop it clear.
Yeah, he was trying to get that deflection because he thought that Torment was going to get back in time for the save, but I honestly don't think he was.
A very unfortunate read that definitely falls under maybe having somebody communicate, letting you know, like, hey, he's not. Oh, Turtle baiting out the defenders.
So Turtle Just getting that touch by, and then the mind game there, and then taps it right over Darkfire's head. That mind game, though, brutal from Turtle.
Turtle will punish you. He's a very good, slow-paced player. His dribbling game, 7th in the square, and he does like his mind games, as you saw. He faked going for the hit, forcing one defender out, which then pulled a second. Oh, Turtle almost coming across for that shot. But then he forced out a second defender, and then instead of faking that, he tapped it just over his head.
Turtle putting it into the corner. Darkfire is going to get the boost and try to dribble it up the wall here. Passes it out to Lethamyr. Lethamyr doesn't get a lot of juice on that one. Turtle and Moses both working together. Darkfire gets ahead of Moses. To get that hit now, Lethamyr leading the charge. Blocked by Garrett. Turtle and Garrett a little too close to that, and Lethamyr's going to put it on target and puts it top shelf.
This was just a positional mistake. Turtle and Garrett finding themselves in the same exact place. Moses going up for a very difficult redirect, so all three players not really in useful positions. And that just goes to show you that even 2 seconds of thinking that something's going to happen or putting yourself in a certain position can easily result in a goal, putting you in a losing position.
So after losing game 1, Vendetta now bouncing back. Moses up in the air, trying to lead an attack. Lethamyr with a hit up the side. Turtle gets a block, but Darkfire stays with it. Turtle has no boost. You can see him flipping. Now Lethamyr into the corner. Garrett up on the wall, leaving it for Turtle. Looks like a little bit of miscommunication there, but Garrett does finally take the hit. Turtle and Moses both going for that one. Now Lethamyr up. Turtle gets in the way of that one. Garrett going up against Torment. Torment gets that win on the 50-50. Garrett with a shot on target, just high. And Torment puts it out. Vendetta doing a good job of diffusing the situation every time Exodus gets close. Ooh.
Like you said, diffusing that situation. We saw 2 or 3 touches from Vendetta players when that was in a very rough situation for them. They were able to push it just to the side of the net and try and prevent any shots coming on target very shortly after.
Darkfire is going to put that off the corner, bouncing up in the air. Nobody from Vendetta able to get it, probably falling back for boost. Just a 1-goal game. Darkfire gets it past Moses and gets it by Turtle. Garrett gets a touch, but the net might be vulnerable. Now Garrett in a race against Lethamyr. Lethamyr gets it off the back post, or back of the wall, I mean. Darkfire blocked by Moses. Lethamyr has to get the hit. He doesn't. This is going to be open for Garrett, and Garrett puts it away.
That mistake with only 36 seconds left. Lethamyr went up on the wall, even though he was last defender. Not the best choice. If he was on the ground, he may have had to use more boost for it, but he would have had an easier opportunity going for that. And since he went up on the wall and didn't catch himself in the correct positioning, he wasn't able to get that cross away from going in front of net.
30 seconds left. We're all tied up 2-2 here in game number 3. Turtle with a good touch. That's going to be right to Moses, who gets it.
Talk about a turnaround. Being down 1 point about 10 seconds ago, now being up by 1. Darkfire getting the backflip, not getting up underneath that. It was just a little too high for the way he was positioned. He was actually positioned facing towards the opponent's net, so he didn't have a whole lot of versatility as far as turning towards the ball and following it through on an aerial. So he had to do his best to try and reach its height with a double jump, and he wasn't able to.
Torment going for the pinch on the wall. That's going to kick off the corner. Turtle's there for the stop. Lethamyr gets it. Garrett now going for the clear. Torment's there. Moses going for that second touch, and that's going to hit the ground, and game number 3 goes to Exodus.
Exodus now 1 game away putting themselves into the finals. But it was a very close game. They were losing with 40 seconds left. So it's not like they won that handedly. They definitely had to fight for that. But you did see them come up strong and consistent. But it's also more so, it looked like Vendetta had a couple of bad positions on defense. They weren't really in places that let them follow through the ball. We did see that, I believe it was a Darkfire who was in net, ended up trying to get up underneath that, trying to get that touch to try and put it up, but he was facing the wrong way. He was actually perpendicular to the ball's trajectory, and he wasn't able to get the height on it, where if he was kind of facing with the ball, he could have at least gotten underneath it, aerialed, followed through, and tried to at least body it. But in this case, he was not able to do it in time.
Vendetta now, this is an elimination game. If Vendetta loses it, they are done, and Exodus will move on in to the grand finals, where they will play the winner of Kings of Urban and Selfless. So here we go. This could be potentially it for Vendetta, trying to not finish in 4th place.
Interesting way to put it.
They want to move ahead. The winner of this guaranteed top 2 money. But at a minimum, these teams will be going home with $187.50.
I like those 50 cents. I think it just adds a little more, I don't know, character to the prize pool, you know?
The extra 50 cents.
Oh,
Turtle.
Darker actually had a shot there, but Turtle bodied it just in time.
Now Moses winning that one off the side of the wall. Garrett getting back. Hits it down to Turtle. Turtle gets blocked by Darkfire, but Moses is there for the long clear. Turtle coming off the wall, going for the block, but Torment gets by him, and then Turtle also gets by Moses. Garrett's there for the stop. Moses to Turtle, and Turtle connects.
Oh, this was dirty. Moses putting that over to the middle, crossing it, seeing Turtle all the way on the other side of the field. That was definite awareness of where your teammates are in Turtle. There's really not much you can do as a defender. You don't know exactly when Turtle is going to meet that ball. You don't know exactly when the cross-section of Turtle's car and that ball's trajectory are going to connect. Plus the speed he was able to put on target as well. Vendetta did their best to try and get in the way, but not much you can do.
Garrett putting a shot in. Darkfire getting a long clear. Torment going up the side, waiting for Lethamir and Darkfire to work it out to him. Torment coming in, just trying to get it by. Garrett does get it by. That ball will roll up the wall and out of danger for the time. Now Turtle on the counter attack. Turtle going for a dribble. Tries to air dribble it by Torment, but Torment read that one. Moses trying to get it by Darkfire. Lethamir. It's a small pop. Now Darkfire's going to have a shot on net, but Turtle able to make the save.
You saw Moses just contest midfield once or twice. He wasn't really trying to make a play, but all he was really trying to do was force the midfielders to make... Oh, Darkfire. Not letting me get my point across.
All day long, Darkfire has been the leading scorer for Vendetta, and you see the pass from Torment just floating right up, and Darkfire double pops, gets above it, and puts it down into the net. We are all even. Vendetta trying to stave off playoff defeat, trying to force the game 5. Now Turtle is going to go up against Lethamir. Turtle clearing it across the field. Darkfire misses it. Moses going for the block, gets by him. Now Garrett gets it by Lethamir. Darkfire with the shot. The pass. Kept thinking it was going to hit the ceiling, but it never did, and Torment's going to capitalize on it.
Torment getting up quick. This actually had a really weird interaction up in the corner. Darkfire hits it twice, straight back down after the second touch, and Torment reading the bounce well, getting high and above the ball to make sure it goes down into the net, since it had such high trajectory on it.
Moses taking this one slow. Lethamir with a long clear. Off the wall, gets it to Darkfire, and Darkfire puts a shot in, but Garrett is able to cover that. Gets the save. Moses with a pass back, but Turtle and Garrett are both too far up. Garrett retreating, puts the ball up the wall, gets it past Darkfire, going for that second touch, but no. He leaves it. Now Torment going for the clear. Moses will be there for the stop, but it goes right to Lethamyr. Lethamyr putting it over into the corner for Garrett. Garrett gets the pop up to Moses. Moses kills it down into the middle. Lethamyr trying to clear it out. Turtle passing to himself, puts a shot in, but Torment there to make the save. Now
Trying
Darkfire.
to make a fair amount of solo plays up towards net, getting those nice lofty touches, those nice lobs over towards net and following through. It hasn't really amounted to a whole lot. It does force a defender out. He might be better off trying to look for a teammate in certain instances, but I suppose if he has no options, I suppose it's better to try and suck a defender out than almost just a little to the left.
Now a shot in. Darkfire gets the save. Now Torment helping clear the ball. Gets it by, or Turtle doesn't get the greatest touch of launching it back into his own half. And that's going to be a pass right in for Lethamyr, who puts it in.
Vendetta has actually done a really good, just getting up on the height when the ball is still bouncing. Look at that. Lethamyr is actually pretty far underneath the ball, but he gets up high. He doesn't bother using his front roll because then he wouldn't have been able to get any more height. For those of you that don't know, when you use your front flip, you actually maintain your altitude. You don't drop or rise at all. Your car just maintains its altitude until the flip is completed. So he waited patiently. He didn't go for the power touch. He just knew he needed to get high on that ball to make sure it went in the net. And we've seen all of Vendetta's players exercise this skill.
Garrett sneaking it by Darkfire off the pass from Turtle, or Moses.
I actually didn't think it was going to turn into a huge play. Turtle, Moses, both going for that. Moses popping it back to Garrett. And Darkfire finding himself flat-footed. Garrett actually didn't have the best placement. He put it really close to Darkfire. But to be fair, Darkfire didn't really have a whole lot of reaction time the way his car was positioned.
Oh, 1 goal deficit. Turtle barely nudging that one high enough so it knocks off the crossbar. Garrett sneaks enough boost, leaving it for Moses. Moses taking his time. Darkfire has lagged out. What a horrible time to lag out. Can Vendetta hold out long enough? Garrett gets a touch. Turtle wasn't able to get up quick enough. And Lethamyr and Torment are left just 2-on-3 to fight in these final seconds. Can they do it? Garrett puts a shot in. Turtle going for the last pass. Torment keeps the ball up. Can anyone get there in time? No, and that's going to be Vendetta, who has to play the final seconds of the game. 2-on-3.
Wow. Wow, they must have been terrified. You can see Lethamyr with a nice all caps, knowing they had to play a whole lot of defense in those last few seconds. I suppose this will be up to Exodus if they want to buy some time.
I mean, they have a minute. So hopefully he's got a solid state hard drive.
Yeah.
But good job by Torment and Lethamyr staying calm. Playing 2-on-3 in those final seconds. Turtle had a chance, but that ball, when it came to him, it was just too high. Did not get up quick enough.
Yeah, and that's one of the situations where I think his mindset was still in a threes mentality, and he went up a little quick, not knowing that there was not going to be a player there. A little impatient. I didn't wait for it to come down. But at the same time, knowing Torment and Lethamyr's skill, he probably assumed one of them was going to come through. I couldn't tell from the timing if they actually had the boost to be able to get up for that. He may have been able to wait. But in his defense, I think almost any player. Oh, well, lucky for him. They just bought themselves even a little bit more time.
So, yeah, I don't know who Darkfire has on his payroll, but he was able to crash that server somehow.
Oh, so got a crate.
You got a crate?
No, there's no way. I wish, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't do that in private matches, as far as I know, unless you're, hacking the system.
Well,
hacking the mainframe.
You know, who knows?
You already have enough crates. I'm looking at your Dominus GT with Heatwave skin. I think you have enough crates. I think you
I actually have 2 black market skins.
Ooh, 2 black market skins. Ooh.
I know. Yeah. I've opened up a
Unfindable
little
carpet. I've got all these crates and keys.
Thanks, James. That's a really good
That was-
impression of me,
that
actually.
was-
It's a
yeah.
very good impression of me.
You couldn't tell when I was doing that. I actually put a fake beard on my face.
Oh, what? Did you go to the cams? Well, let me go to
Nope,
stream. I need to see
I
this.
can't. Nope. Too late. Moments
James.
passed like a
James.
plastic bag flying away. It's gone forever.
Although, I believe I didn't switch the maps. It's okay. I don't think they'll complain. It's not DFH, but it's not a big deal. They don't seem to care.
And here we go, the 5th and final game of the series. This is another Game 5. We have Exodus going up against Vendetta. Vendetta upset G2 in the first round, looking to upset the number 1 seeded Exodus. Lethamir with the touch. Turtle trying to get out ahead of Darkfire. Going for a mind game, but Darkfire did not fall for it. Off the backboard, Turtle's there, but somehow Lethamir got the save.
Turtle was actually there for that shot. A very impressive shot by Leathermere. And even more impressive read. Oh, Leathermere just getting there.
Darkfire, no!
So unfortunate. Leathermere coming in clutch with some of these saves. Actually insane. He came across just in time to stop Moses' shot. But Darkfire, unfortunately, in a position to dunk his own teammate's save. That's just one of those things. You really can't expect those. You could maybe try and take a slightly better route when retreating. But, I mean, it's just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, that came off like that was a laser save, and it went right into Darkfire. He had no time to react. Now Lethamir. Darkfire putting that off the backboard. Garrett missed it. Now Darkfire is going to go try to challenge this. No, he opts to go get boost. Torment and Moses both missing it. Darkfire is going to put a shot off the post. Now Lethamir going up against Turtle gets another touch on it, leaving it for Torment. Torment's going to go for another one. Gets it by Garrett, but Moses shuts that down. Turtle blocking Darkfire's clear attempt. Garrett missing that one on the wall. Moses coming in. Garrett's going to try to pass that into the middle. Lethamir misses his hit. Turtle's going up for it. It doesn't look like Darkfire has much boost. Now Moses getting blocked by Darkfire. Garrett up the wall. Gets it past Torment. And pops a shot on net that's going to be going in. Garrett from long range.
Well, is this a shot or a dunk? I actually want to check and see this as he makes contact with Leathermere. No, he just gets it right above him. Garrett! That shot was actually insane. I wasn't able to see from the first angle that he was coming from the side wall and just pops that over into net, straight over Leathermere. Oh my, Garrett has earned his name and proves it every game. Oh, that rhymed. I don't like it.
I love
don't like it one
You
bit.
drop your mixtape while you're at it. That was special.
Volume 1.
LP.
The Carpet Conundrum.
Now, but half the game left to go. A 2-goal lead for Exodus. Torment beats out Garrett, but nobody from Vendetta was up far enough to take advantage of that. Turtle with the air dribble. Did he? Oh, what? Turtle with the air dribble.
Well, I did not expect this to go in. A lot of times air dribbles go unanswered, but he actually got on the other side of the ball and slowed it down just enough. Look at that. Darkfire tried his best to read it. Most air dribbles not very efficient at this skill level because most people can read them, but Turtle getting on the other side of the ball to actually slow it down instead of just alter its trajectory. Oh, no.
I'm still shocked by that air dribble.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
That was one of the best air dribbles that I have ever seen. Lethamir gets that kickoff goal, but he says he's received the energy. But that shot by Turtle, that air dribble was one of the best air dribbles that I've ever seen.
That just showed immense amounts of control of his car and the ball. We saw him try one of those earlier, I believe. He keeps getting on the other side of the ball. Sometimes it looks like he gets ahead of it, but I think it may be an intentional thing. Air dribbles are not nearly as efficient as they were when people first started doing them. People have much gotten very used to them, and they know how to deal with how, just defending them. They know how to body them, but an air dribble like that was actually tough for a player of any skill level to deal with.
Make sure you save that replay, because that was incredible.
Oh, don't worry.
It was absurd.
Absurd.
But 1 minute 45 left here in game number 5. The winner moving on to the grand finals of the Gamer Saloon Champions League. Vendetta currently down 2, trying to fight back. Lethamyr puts that in, but Turtle gets the save. Torment putting it off the backboard. Garrett and Turtle both going for it. Lethamyr stops it, but Turtle gets a pop. Darkfire getting shut down by Moses. Moses getting it by Lethamyr. Now just trying to get it by Torment. Garrett forcing the issue. Garrett trying to get that boost, and now he does steal it. And now Turtle's going to put that shot. That was going in, but Torment makes the save. Exodus coming alive in these final moments. Darkfire, that one's going to go high. Can Turtle get there to cut it off? He can't, but Moses blocks the shot by Darkfire. Torment putting a shot in, but Garrett makes the save.
Garrett, what on earth made you predict that shot? He was not going to make it in time, so he saw the angle Torment was coming from. Oh! Just so much raw skill coming from Exodus right now on both defense and offense. Turtle getting up early for this. And Vendetta's defense at that moment, they may have been caught overcommitted, but you have to. With 40 seconds left when you're down by 2 goals, you just got to go all in and hope for the best.
Press F to pay your respects to Vendetta. That is going to end their hopes. Turtle with the dagger. But Garrett with that save. And then Turtle with that air dribble. What a game for Turtle.
I think Turtle's like, what do you mean you gave Garrett MVP? Who do you think I am?
The final 10 seconds counting down as Vendetta's playoff run will end. They were able to upset G2, and they were able to force Game 5 against the number 1 seeded team Exodus. But they fall in Game number 5, and Exodus moves on into the grand finals where they'll play the winner of Kings of Urban and Selfless. But Turtle, what a goal. Carpet, are you saving the replay?
I'm doing it right now, I promise.
I am actually going to save the replay as well, because I want to just see that again. That was...
Just show it to stream. Why not,
Yeah, maybe another time. But Exodus always is giving us... They always give us such exciting series. Even in the regular season, the Exodus versus Kings of Urban series was just a nail-biter until the very end. And the same is the case for this Vendetta series. They were able to take this one.
I mean, yeah, like you said, Exodus is... There's all 3 of those players really consistent. You see Turtle and Garrett always making plays. Moses, generally a little more quiet in the sense of the 3 players. He doesn't make as many flashy plays, but he is kind of that solid rock on defense that allows Turtle and Garrett to go make the wild touches and wild saves they want to make, and allow them to make those redirects. Turtle make those air dribbles. Without Moses being on the ground in the back and being able to make those touches, and then being confident in him too, allow them to have the ability to go up for the things they do, and they pull it off almost every game. There's something like, wow, I kind of want to see that again. Like, Exodus always pulls something off insane.
Yeah, these players are very young. They're the young guns in NA. 15 and 16. I believe Turtle or Garrett is 15, and Turtle and Moses are 16. So young guns indeed, but they are cool as cucumbers under pressure and move on in a Game 5 series versus Vendetta. Now, coming up next, we've got Kings of Urban versus Selfless in the lower part of the bracket there. You see Kings of Urban getting by Genesis in the first match of the day, now having to go up against Selfless. So guys, go grab a snack. I'm going to go fill up my cup, and I'll be back to cast this with Carpet.
I hope I'm still here.
All right. Carpet, you there?
I think so.
Hey man, I think since we last saw Exodus, Moses aged 4 years. He went from 16 to 20 apparently.
Oh, yeah, Moses was one of the older ones. I guess I should have corrected you.
Yeah, I messed that up.
Sorry, guys. Yeah,
Sorry, Moses.
I just don't listen to the things you usually say, so I just didn't catch it. Sorry.
What? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
That was good. That's actually good. That was you know what? Cheers to you, James. Cheers to you, this Dr. Pepper.
But again, guys, we've got Kings of Urban and Selfless coming up. But before we get started, what are these guys playing for? They're playing for their part or their share of a $1,500 cash prize pool, custom cinch controllers, Steel Series keyboards, mice, and mouse pads. And then you saw that Garrett, being the MVP, will get to take home that headset. So they have already finished in the money, at least fourth place money. But you know, Kings and Selfless hoping to get at least second, or the best situation is to get first place cash.
This is actually a game I don't want to predict, to be honest. Kings of Urban had done well earlier today, but Selfless is a team that has just shown up and just dominated everything they do. I want to know if they're playing with their full roster. They tend to have other people in their roster. They tend to usually mix things about. James, I'm going to request that you leave the game you're in very quickly.
Okay.
Subtly.
But,
no one heard that.
Yeah, no, I don't even know what you said.
Exactly.
It was so cat-like. But yeah, Selfless, again, they've got a 4-person roster. They have Dapper, J-Naps, Timmy, and What's Up Miho. And really, it switches off between J-Naps and Timmy, who they start. So I'm not sure who we'll see today.
I definitely... It's good to see Dapper's out of retirement to come back to play.
I was sad to see him go.
It was a very sad day. You know, Dapper, like we said, just incredible player. What I do want to see is these teams have somewhat similar playstyles. Kings of Urban Kings of Urban is almost like the wild card. They do a lot more physical play, a little more demolitions. Their passing plays sometimes are not as clinical, but they're also more unique. They do some weird passing plays with anyone. If you have Sad Jr. in a team, Sad Jr. himself is a wild card. He just does some weird things, and it works for him. I don't know how he pulls it off. I've never seen somebody freestyle and still just not let go of boost. Like, his boost is flailing around just like he is. Most people, like, you know, flutter it and tap it. That man just holds it in and goes insane. And he still manages to pull off some of the wildest shots I've ever seen. But you look at a team like Selfless, formerly known as Momentum, they're just hard hitters, man. They're gonna slam it across the net. They're just gonna hit it across the entire field. Go for the top post. Go for the backboards. A little bit like Weedham Girls, for those of you familiar with their play, and go for the redirects. Very fast-paced guys. Hard to beat them to the air. So I'm actually curious to see how these two play styles mash up.
What's up, Miho? And really, all of Selfless was the highest performing PlayStation 4 team, but slowly they're all moving over towards PC. But Miho, I still think he's been playing on PS4.
I believe he's... someone told me he swapped recently. I don't know what to believe, because usually it's not random people, but sometimes they know what they're talking about. But yeah, and aside from the PC Master Race thing, it's really not that. It's just more so having that frame rate consistency. You aren't capped at 30 frames. I think, right, PS4 and Xbox are both capped at around 30 frames a second, whereas PC, you can actually pump it up to whatever your computer can handle. I think Rocket League can handle around like 250 at its max. But, most monitors can't do above 144, 150.
And it's mostly about the input lag as well.
That, too. That is a huge thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Input lag is a tough thing to deal with on consoles. Now we see the players joining in. It does look like they are all on PC.
Oh, they did join in. Oh, they joined in just in time. Well, all right, I'll be there in a second.
Did you leave?
Yeah, I was informed there was a double lobby situation because I had to recreate.
And they're all leaving again. So.
All right.
So we'll get the new lobby up and running quickly, and we will have this semifinal matchup between Kings of Urban and Selfless. The winner, of course, going on to play Exodus in the grand finals. So we'll get that lobby up and going. But before we do that, Carpet, we're going to have to do predictions. So,
You're not going to do predictions.
I have been having to go first, so I think it's your turn now. Who do you think is going to take this one down?
This is tough. I'm gonna give it to Selfless. Selfless has shown me no reason not to. If I'm just gonna go with the raw stats and the raw stuff I've seen with my own eyes, they've given me no reason to not think they're gonna take this. I don't think it's gonna be a candid win by any means. I think Kings of Urban is most definitely going to give them a huge run for their money.
Well, I had the opportunity to play Dapper in a money match last night. We were playing 3v3 money match, and Dapper, we beat him up pretty good. So I think going into the series, he's a little mentally upset, and they haven't played yet today, so we haven't seen him. So I'm gonna have to give this to Kings of Urban, but I'm gonna have to also give credit to Me Classics and Chrome. Me Classics and Chrome for softening him up.
Well, it is. It's got to be tough to lose to you. It's got to be pretty defeating. But I don't know, man. These kids, man, they've got. Hey, you've done enough damage to me, all right? Let me have my moment. But these kids, man, they bounce back quick. I mean, seeing some of the things that they. Miho, you look different than I thought you would. I love when people have very interesting pictures. That's there.
Apparently, Dapper is Star Fox.
And Naps is some creepy red-eyed man.
And there we have it. Kickoff here in the semifinals of the Gamer Saloon Champions League. Winner of this series moving on to the grand finals. And right away, JNaps opens up the scoring.
The speed of these guys. Miho puts it off the side, and then he still follows through, gets underneath it, puts it in the bottom corner so it rolls up and naps. JNaps. I don't know what he likes to be called. JNaps gets up again quick on top of that ball, making sure it doesn't leave the top of the net, pushing it right back down.
Miho getting it into the corner. Sad puts it down and around him. JNaps and Dapper both going up for that one. Jacob having a little bit of time, leaves it for Sad. Sad trying to dribble it past, but Dapper comes in. Sad with that bump on Miho, actually. Might have saved him a goal.
Oh.
Early pressure coming out. from Selfless, who's already got one on the board. Now Fireburner's going to put that over Dapper. That was going in, but JNAPS gets back. Jacob putting another shot in, but that one's wide. And Sad, an unorthodox no!
What?
JNAPS was able to get there. That was a strange moment.
Sad wasn't able to recover in time to get from underneath the ball, so he tried to tap it up in an effort to do something, but he actually cleared it from, I believe, Fireburner, who was going to try and come in for the shot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh for Kings of Urban. That went unanswered for an uncomfortable amount of time.
JNAPS had a chance to put that in. He put it too high and off the crossbar. And Sad was able to make the save on the second hit on the follow-up. But still, Selfless setting the momentum, or setting the pace of this match.
Oh, Dapper. Actually getting up underneath that ball for that shot, trying to redirect it towards net, just a little bit off, but no one would have gotten to that had that been just low enough to not hit the crossbar.
Good setup from Jacob's going to put it up for Fireburner, but Fireburner gets stuffed by Dapper. Oh, and that was a beautiful touch there from Fireburner to settle it in the corner. Oh no, Jacob!
Yeah, this happens sometimes, and there's really not much to say. Miho putting it above the net for Dapper to come for, and I mean, what Miho did there was actually force Jacob to have to do something. And the position Jacob was in was what seemed to be a poor one because he knew he wasn't able to get around that, but he had to do something. As I believe Dapper was coming just straight down the middle, would have easily put that on target. So, yes, Jacob did own goal up, but it's one of the situations where, because of Miho's hard hit above the net, he forced Jacob into a bad positioning, which is actually what resulted in the goal.
Jacob trying to put that one into the corner. Ended up putting it into the corner of the net. And but Sad with a blast right into the heart.
Sad Jr. coming alive. He has been exceptionally quiet today, surprisingly, but he turns around and gets that just as it bounces, powering that to Miho. Actually, looks like I think I heard a little tap. I think he got a piece on that, but it wasn't enough to get out of the net.
So Sad keeping him in it. Now just a 1-goal lead for Selfless here in game number 1. Miho. Oh, Miho gets the ball out for JNAPS, but JNAPS put that wide. What an effort, though, from Miho. Now Dapper has a little bit of time. You see him deciding not to go and get a strong hit because he thought he had time, but now Kings of Urban quickly getting to that ball, challenging. Miho puts it up for JNAPS. JNAPS trying to get it by. Jacob does get it by, but Jacob was able to follow up that hit. Now he's trying to clear. Dapper going up for the ball. Hits it into the corner. And it looked like it must have been pinched all the way across the field.
Oh, yeah.
And Miho, what?
What an angle, Miho! Taking the opportunity of having a little bit too much time for this, knowing the Fireburner wasn't a net. Fireburner went to contest it, but Miho just getting that tight angle. He's flailing it across the net to the left side.
That was a tough angle, and Miho got there right as it bounced off the wall. Miho is even scarier on PC.
Oh, I couldn't imagine. That transfer was just going to give them even more of an edge.
Now against these veterans, these Kings of Urban, this team who's been around for so long in the Rocket League scene, so long been at the number 1 and number 2 spot, trailing against the new kids on the block. JNAPS trying to get it into the corner. Sad doesn't get much of a hit. Fire beats out Miho. Dapper trying to keep it into the corner. Now Jacob just drives underneath the ball, does get the back pass, but Dapper will get there first. And that's going to pinch off the post, and oh, another shot off the post. And JNAPS comes in to finally finish it off.
Jeez, the pressure. Right now they are just running through. Dapper gets that dribble over Sad Jr. Then it looks like Miho, he wanted to put on target, but this third shot from JNAPS nice and high, lofty, making it hard to predict. They didn't know where it was going to be. You saw them do their best to try and double jump up for that, but it was just too fast.
Kings of Urban has been looking quite shaky here in game number 1. Jacob with his own goal, and then he just drove underneath that ball, and that back pass was actually not hard enough to get back to his team and resulted in more pressure. And now Dapper's just going to put a 5th, and not necessary, but certainly helping just get Kings of Urban in the wrong mindset.
Miho waits patiently, sucking Fireburner in. They have full control right now. Selfless is just like dominating this game in almost every aspect. Kings of Urban just seems a little slow and sluggish. Like you said, they're not the Kings of Urban that we're used to seeing, which sometimes I've noticed is kind of Kings of Urban's signature. They tend to flip-flop from doing insane things, and then every now and then they just have a really tough time. This game, I'm assuming they chalked up to a loss about 3 goals ago, because they're just letting stuff in that really shouldn't be going in.
Wow. But Dapper, though, with that, he controlled it off of his hood and then passed it out into the middle right for JNAPS. So every goal, even though they don't need them, it just digging a bigger hole for Kings of Urban mentally to get out of. So 6-1 in this first game.
Looks like Jacob's having some issues. We've had a lot of hardware issues today. Don't know if there's some sort of epidemic, some sort of PC epidemic.
Yeah, some kind of PC virus, perhaps.
Maybe.
Jacob's turning on his macros.
I wanted to think of something clever, but it was like too stupid, because I was going to say the same thing. But
Jacob has a virus. You know, wouldn't be surprised. Making its rounds throughout the Rocket League community. People saying they'll trade you a free crate, and then before you know it, you got a virus.
Be careful. Trade safe, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, make sure that you know those people that you're trading with. Have them, like, if you're gonna have them on your friends list, you're gonna make the trades. Make sure you know about them. Otherwise, you'll get scammed. I heard that Classics was scamming people.
He was scamming people out of their time. All right. Before we make enemies, we do see. I mean, I actually really enjoy watching Selfless play. This team, we kind of started casting them when they started their uprising, I guess, right?
Yeah, it was momentum. It was really when they did first start to ascend. They beat Cosmic before the qualifiers. When they first started playing, they took down Cosmic, and everybody was like, "Wow, these guys are pretty good." But they were thinking it was just a fluke. But then when the GamerSaloon Champions League came along, they were really starting to prove that, hey, it was not a fluke. We are the real deal, and they have continued to prove that. And then it's great to see them get picked up by a great org like Selfless. But yeah, we got to watch them rise to the top.
I mean, they are very deserving of it. They are a team that even I, as a competitive player, someone who's been in the scene for a while, I recognized all 3 names. I knew who the players were, but I'd never seen them on competitive teams in a major sense, at least. Taking it really seriously and really going for it. So to see them just kind of almost seemingly come out of the blue and be able to do so much damage, they really were just kind of the power rank wreckers for a good while, just taking down all the power hitters. Really, like, just every time they matched up against them, they were pretty much almost winning constantly. So these guys definitely come out of nowhere. But Kings of Urban, as we all know, at any given time, when they feel like it, is what it seems like sometimes, can pretty much beat any team in front of them. But the problem is sometimes they lack a little bit of consistency of their gameplay, and they struggle a bit on always being able to pull it out.
Dapper going up against Fireburner. Fire got just enough on it to put it into a safe area. All 3 players for Kings in the net there at that moment. Another back pass attempt is actually going to set up JNAPS for the goal.
Starting again, opening up with the goal. They're going to try and shut this out as best as they can. Sad Jr. and Jacob meeting on the wall, giving JNAPS a whole lot of room and forcing Fireburner to be the only one left on defense, knowing there's no one behind him. He had to make that save. Really not the kind of thing you're going to want to go chase out for, but really try and close that gap as best as you can or try and save it in net.
Not much going for Kings of Urban, who now have only scored 1 goal so far in this series. Fireburner going up, getting beat out by Dapper. Now Dapper's chasing this one down, going to try to get the boost. He does get it and gets the pass. Fireburner gets taken out by Miho. And Jacob got the boost stolen from him. So tough situation for Kings. Fireburner trying to get control and dribble it, but JNAP shuts that down. Ball out from the mid for Miho. Miho's going to try to get a shot, but ends up just putting it out into the corner. Misses his follow-up. Dapper off the backboard to JNAPS, and JNAPS gets the stuff for the goal.
First of all, this first touch from Dapper, being able to get underneath it and put it over toward the mid, and then he even tried to follow through, and he actually, if he had the boost, I think he may have made it, but JNAPS getting around that, seeing the defender, trying to put it down underneath him, even if he gets the touch, pushing that through the Kings of Urban defense. Again, just tearing away with still 3 minutes left. They're already up 2 goals, almost 3 with that shot from Miho.
Selfless, playing with something to prove here. Game number 2, already a 2-goal lead. Kings of Urban has not been threatening on the offensive side whatsoever. JNAP's up the wall, is going to put it on target. No one's back for Kings of Urban, and that's going to be a 3rd goal.
Kings of Urban is a team that definitely every now and then will overcommit, but you know you're in a position where you have to score 2, so they are probably trying to be a little over-aggressive. And as you said, they haven't been able to amount any offensive pressure, so they're probably trying to overcompensate a little bit at this moment. We saw all 3 going up. I think Fireburner tried his best to try and chase that back, but he got beat out by JNAPS with a hat trick now. JNAPS coming up strong for his team.
Kings of Urban is going to have to dig deep to find something, have some kind of positivity. Right now, they are outscored 9-1 so far in the series. Fireburner getting a block. Sad going for a touch. Wasn't able to get the hit. Miho gets full boost in the meantime. Getting it out. Gets a second touch for Dapper. Dapper going for the stuff on Jacob. Fire trying to get the clear. JNAPS gets a hit across the field. Both Miho and Dapper go for it. Opportunity, but JNAPS shuts it down. Miho missing the hit. JNAPS going for a shot. Dad turns that one aside and forces it through the defense. Miho getting the stop. JNAPS following it up. JNAPS with another hit, passing it out, but Jacob gets the clear. Now Sad with a shot. That one broken up by Dapper. Miho going for the shot on net, forcing. What? Miho with the second touch!
What? I was so caught off guard by that. Miho gets the first touch, and then he had no more boost. He just
calculated
that. I don't think he boosted again after he got the first touch. He was falling down, and he ends up getting the so fortunate dunk against Kings of Urban, putting them 4 up with only a minute left. That may have been the secure.
And that has to be, oh, this net's open. JNAPS knocks it out of the way. Dapper. But that's got to be so discouraging if you're Kings of Urban, and a save by JNAPS as he just backflips to force that one high. But if you're Kings of Urban, you just feel like you can't get a break. That happens. You have 0 goals. You're about to get shut out. This looks to be the end of the line for Kings of Urban. But still, this is a best of 5. Selfless will have to get another win after this game to move on to the grand finals to play Exodus. But it is not over until the Fat Lady sings, or until the best of 5 is over, perhaps is a better way to say that.
It is not over until the game has been won, James.
Not just the game, but the series, Carter.
Oh, well, my apologies. It is not over until a team has taken the wins.
Taking the wins. Yeah. And as soon as that ball touches the ground, it's a guaranteed victory for Selfless as they manhandle Kings of Urban in game number 2.
They have just honestly had complete control of this game so far. The entire series, matter of fact.
9 shots to 2. And are they serious? Do they really want to switch servers?
This is just not our day as caster champs. They're making our jobs so difficult.
No, it's I honestly feel Jacob's pain. I have that too sometimes where it seems like I'm just dropping packets. So we will get a new server for these guys going. But Kings of Urban is going to have a long hill to climb. They are down 0-2 in the series, and this is a best of 5, so their back's against the wall. If they lose one more game, they are done.
And they've only scored, what, one goal to 10, I think? Or was it 11 by the end?
1 goal to was that 1-4? I think it was 4-0 in that game.
Yeah, I'm talking about, yeah. It was
so the first game was 6-1. So it was, it's right now 10 goals to 1 for Selfless over Kings of Urban, and Kings of Urban just doesn't seem like they're playing right. So I wonder if Jacob is just struggling with his connection issues. That's always frustrating. I have had Comcast come out to my house about 4 times in the past week, so I know what connection problems are like, and it does not feel good. It's infuriating. So hopefully Jacob gets that sorted out, and we'll see if Kings of Urban can bring this one back. But right now, it's looking pretty grim, as Selfless has not only been playing without any internet issues, but they've just been playing like gods.
They really have, and this is kind of why I chose them to take this win. This is all they've ever shown me. Every time we cast them, especially here in the GamerSaloon Championship League, this is all I've ever seen from them. It's just raw consistency. Them and Exodus are the teams that just always show up, and they always go strong. I actually don't really recall their game against Exodus. Obviously, Exodus won because they were the ones that went undefeated. But, I mean, momentum... I'm glad they finally got the roster settled, because for a while they were always swapping. Their third was constantly between Timmy and I believe it was JNaps, right? Timmy and JNaps were the ones that
Timmy and JNaps were the ones that would swap in and out.
Dapper and Miho were always the first main two, and I personally like the way JNaps played with the guys. I think JNaps' playstyle, nothing on Timmy. Timmy's just as incredible as the other three. They just seem to perform a little bit better when JNaps was around. So I'm glad they were able to settle, because I think it gave them the consistency they needed to be able to perform at this caliber.
Yep, JNaps playing very well today. I'm sure Timmy would do a good job as well. Miho and Dapper, all around, these guys are just sick. And right off the bat, JNaps yet again getting a quick goal.
That is another. They've opened up every single game so far within, I believe, the first 30 seconds. JNaps going in quick. No one from Kings of Urban sitting back. You'd think they'd learn after getting 2 goals scored on them right off the bat in the last 2 games. They might want to sit back a little safer. But I think Kings of Urban just want to play their game right now. They just want to come out strong. They want to play what they're used to. They don't want to play different because Selfless. Oh, and there it is.
And that is what Kings of Urban needed to just get back in this mentally. They were held scoreless for the entirety of last game. Fireburner reads that one off the crossbar to put it in. They're going to need more than 1 goal. Just an update was downloading porn. I should be good now. Wow, Jacob.
Shameless.
Wow, shameless.
Shameless.
We're going to have to work in a fee, a ban for him.
Him and Quinn. They should be banned.
Jacob off the back wall, putting it to Fireburner, who puts it off the crossbar. Miho trying to keep it out, but Fireburner gets the goal eventually.
I don't know if there's any way to not panic when that's going on. Miho's like, oh, I got to do something. You never know who's going to be there. You know it's mostly a net. You've probably already lost the struggle. It's already that close to being in goal. But he did his best to try and hopefully react in time, but he wasn't able to get any body on it. And it was able to get secured by Fireburner. Now up for the first time in this series. They are in the lead.
Miho trying to lead the charge. JNaps has a little bit of time, puts it up the wall, and Dapper going to go for it. Dapper putting it out into the middle. Jacob is going to be there for the shot. Miho Gets the stomp. Miho getting a second touch, forcing it down. Sad trying to get the stuff. Does pop it out into the middle, but JNaps is there. That one's going to be just a laser beam from a pinch, it looked like.
I don't know. I actually think Fireburner just got a really good touch. I couldn't really tell.
That looked like a pinch. It looked like it pinched on the underside of
Jacob
on JNap's car.
Yeah, you know, it definitely had the power of a pinch. I wasn't able to scoop my camera over in time because I am in free fly. So I tried to fly over there, but it's a little too slow and I wasn't able to see it. So James knows what he's talking about. That was a pinch indeed. But right now, we see Kings of Urban coming alive finally in Game 3. It looks like they just had a little pep talk. They're like, you know what? Let's just do our thing, man. Like, let's not play to Selfless's pressure, and let's just play how we've always played. And it looks like it's working out for them.
Yeah, Jacob stopped downloading all of his videos.
All of his inappropriate videos.
Beginner tips for Rocket League are not inappropriate. That's what somebody in chat said, so.
Oh,
I
true.
believe it.
Well, the chat is always right. It's one thing I've learned.
Yeah, that's one thing yeah.
Always
It's the
believe what
truest
anyone in
statement
Twitch chat tells you. It is hands down accurate.
That and the Bible. The two most. Oh, there's still plenty of time left in this game. Selfless, they've scored a lot of goals in the first two games. They have that scoring power. And JNap's putting that one just off the crossbar. Fireburner putting that one out dangerously into the mid. JNap's getting the pop. Sad. Gonna wait for it. Tries to dribble it out. JNap's knocking that one aside. Jacob putting it up for Fireburner. Fireburner off the back. Jacob off the backboard again. Dapper's gonna take his time. A little bit of an awkward hit from JNaps, but it works out. Sad wins that ball. Dapper trying to get the clear, but Kings of Urban keeping the pressure on. And that's going to be another goal for Fireburner.
This pass back from Fireburner off the wall. Take a look at this. He gets underneath it, pass out to Sad, and Sad pops it over both JNaps and Miho. Miho doing his best to try and get underneath it, but I believe he was out of boost, and Fireburner following through. After passing it to Sad Jr., turns back around to secure the goal. Now putting them up 3 points after getting completely pretty much destroyed the first two games. They are coming very much alive right now. And this is something I've actually seen Kings of Urban do more than I care to admit, where they are usually having a really tough time in a series and they just turn on out of nowhere, which is why I always hate predicting their games.
Because it looked pretty hopeless in the first two games. And now they just turning it up.
They're definitely not turning down, James.
Turned down for what?
I was really hoping you'd.
And Sad with a pass out to Jacob. JNaps shuts that down. Kings of Urban keeping this ball in the orange half for most of this game. Dapper's going to go for a pass. Gets it to JNaps. JNaps off the wall to Miho. Miho sneaks it by, but it's going to be just wide, and Fireburner clears it.
That was a perfect 1-2-3 combo, and Miho gets it just over that last defender. But from his position, he almost didn't really have an angle on the net, so he just did his best to try and put it in front of the net, hoping that one of his teammates could get there in time, or that maybe something would go wrong with a KOU player. But sadly, it just slowly rolled across the net.
Sadly for Selfless, that block from Miho is going to set up the goal for himself. A solo play for Miho.
Still making sure they can put them on target. We see Miho dunking Jacob, and then both Dapper and Miho following through. Dapper probably would have gotten there in time, but Fireburner may have made contact just before Dapper had, so it's a good thing that Miho turned around in time to try and put that on target. 2 goals in 30 seconds. Don't know how promising this is. Not very.
Jacob popping that one out. Trying to get it by this Selfless defense. Sad off the wall to himself. Isn't able to get up high enough, quick enough. But still just pressure from Kings of Urban, preventing Selfless from getting anything going. And with their back to the wall. Kings of Urban stays alive, taking game number 3, staving off elimination and forcing game number 4. Fireburner with 4 goals. I think he scored every single goal for Kings of Urban.
He did. He actually did. Has he the whole time? I don't remember who got the first goal. Who got the goal in the first game? I think it might have been Sad got a goal in the first game.
I do not remember.
I don't remember either. I don't know why I'm trying to.
The shot differential also vast. 4 shots for Selfless. 13 shots for Kings of Urban.
No one's picking the right map, man. No one's picking the cool new ones. Only one of the ones we've seen over and over again. But as you said, Kings of Urban coming alive. One thing I did notice, their positioning seemed much more confident. They were spreading themselves out on the field. They were getting ready to counter. They weren't going up for unnecessary stuff. As soon as they noticed that someone from Selfless was going to get a hit, they'd put their car in a way to just counter hit right away. So they were trying to always keep control, always keep it in Selfless's half. Selfless's half. Yeah, I got that. All right. I got it.
I'm proud of you for getting that.
Oh, thanks, James.
Way to go, buddy.
I live my life, on
a quarter
just
mile
hoping
at
to
a
get your
time,
pride.
right? Oh. I thought you were going to say you live your life a quarter mile at a time.
I mean, it's not exactly a lie.
Do you know what that's from?
I don't think I do.
All right,
should I?
well, never mind.
I feel like I should.
No.
I've heard it before. Put it that way. Rip.
Did you not ready yet? What's happened to this?
Oh, we
server?
lost you. You're not in. Rip.
Okay, I was just sitting at a screen waiting for the game to start. Yep, air timed out. So we will get that sorted out. Party issues galore right now.
This is nutty.
So just send me another invite. Did they pick signs yet?
Gibbs, I didn't do anything. What do you mean carpet fired? What did I do?
Just send me another invite. It'll all be fine.
More like James fired. He's the one leaving the party.
I'm not leaving the party. I mean, I've got video evidence. You don't have any video evidence that you didn't mess things up. I have video evidence.
What?
So,
I'm
just saying.
actually recording this on OBS.
Well, you'll have to show them that recording to prove your side of the case, because now the only video evidence we have is from me, and I didn't mess it up.
It just got deleted for no reason. I don't know how to prove myself.
So now you just established that you don't have credibility because you lied in that situation. So I feel like I'm right,
you can't keep me a lie until you can prove that I've lied. All right?
Well,
can you prove that it's deleted?
You can't prove that you're not.
Can you prove that it's deleted?
Well, you just said it was. Are you lying now? You're in a whole carpet. There's no digging yourself out of that one. I was on the debate team. Sorry.
And for the guy who said it in chat, thanks for bringing up my old middle school memories. I do have a massive head. I appreciate it. I hope you feel good about yourself. I hope you feel good.
We'll get game number 4 going for you guys. Sorry about the technical difficulties. So now we have the start of game number 4. Kings of Urban looked very, very shaky in the first 2 games, but bounced back in game number 3. But still, Selfless can take the series if they win this game, and they will move on to face Exodus. But Kings of Urban playing with new energy. Zad's going to try to block that ball at half, leaving a Jacob and Miho 50-50. Jacob takes it himself, puts it off the crossbar, and Fire finishes it off.
Kings of Urban literally came just completely alive last game. I don't know where this all came from, but Jacob following through, gets underneath it and flicks it to the top post. Fireburner following through. I don't know where this Kings of Urban came from.
That play from Jacob, he was just, that's leaving it 100, that's putting in 110% effort right there. Jacob could have just rotated out and left that ball, but no, he boosts right to that ball and dribbles it and set up that play for Fireburner. An unfortunate bounce there for Kings of Urban, but JNaps shut down Jacob's shot. Now JNaps with the air dribble, trying to get it by the defense of Kings of Urban, but now a counterattack opportunity. Jacob trying to get to the pass from Sad. Fireburner waiting for the bounce, decides to settle it, goes for the dribble clear, but gets blown up by Dapper. Miho's going to put this off the backboard. Jacob controls it. JNAP's putting this one in. Fireburner going up. Hits a touch. Into the corner, Miho putting it back in. That one was actually going in, but Sad was able to make the save. Now Fire getting bumped there from Dapper. JNAP's up the wall. Gets it beautifully out into the mid, but no one was there. Jacob gets the hit. Miho coming up to challenge. Dapper taking his time, puts it up. No one there. Goes in for his own ball. Dapper off the wall to JNAP's. But Fireburner there for the save.
Good pressure out of both teams right now. They're both trying to play their own games without letting the other team's pressure really force them into situations. Because at this skill level, if you put enough pressure on a team, you're forcing them to have to react to your plays as opposed to having to make their own. So if you do that enough, you see what happened in the first two games. Kings of Urban, a very skilled team, forced to do nothing but react to Selfless's plays, end up not being able to get any goals on the board. But finally, when they decided to just play their game, they were able to kind of outdo Selfless in a few aspects and get a lot more goals on the board in game number 3. So I think they're hoping to, both teams right now trying to do the same thing, which is why we have a lot of good opportunities from both sides. Hard clears, trading up possession.
Oh, that one dangerous. Fireburner almost sneaking that one through. Jacob with the shot. Another shot from Sad, but JNAP's got in the way of it. Pressure from Kings of Urban mounting. A little tap from Jacob over to Sad. Now Miho and Dapper both in the same spot. Dapper forces it by Fireburner. Going for the pass off the corner. Sad is there. Jacob with the touch. Still maintains control. Goes for the dribble fling. Gets it. That was very close to being on target. Now Dapper getting bumped off the wall by Fireburner. Miho's there for another touch. Jacob coming off backwards. Opportunity for JNAPS to put it in. Puts it up for Dapper. Dapper puts that one wide. JNAPS with the slow play. Flicks it up with his Dominus. Not a great shot from Dapper. That one's easily handled from Fire. Another shot in. Sad is there. JNAPS coming in. Doesn't get much on it. Dapper trying to feed it forward. A miss from Sad. Leaves it for Fire. What a pass. Miho trying to get around it. Dapper off the backboard. Putting that in. That's open for Dapper. Dapper! Wide open net.
This first touch from Dapper, he could have taken a shot, but instead he puts it up to the corner knowing that someone's in net. It actually pulls two Kings of Urban defenders out that don't communicate well. And after the touch from Miho to the side of the net, Dapper's able to turn around into an open net and tie the game up with only 43 seconds left.
Dapper up in the air for this one. Hits it back into his own half. Jacob trying to play it slow. Miho's going to go for the dribble. Gets it by Jacob. Now one left to beat. Miho pops it by. And Fire comes in to get the save. But a Goliath effort there from JNAPS. Oh, that one's going to be pinching all the way back. That's going to be going in. JNAPS from all the way downtown.
This could be the winning goal. No, as unfortunate as that is.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Kings of Urban. A pinch from all the way across the field.
They have a chance still, but it's going to be tough. Selfless is going to try and keep the pressure on.
Why would Miho touch that? It kept it up for Jacob. This is still not over. Fire and no. Jacob is getting there. Jacob keeps it up. And that's going to be... Oh! The ball on the goal line touches the ground, and that's going to be it. Selfless takes it over Kings of Urban. 3-1 with a pinch shot from all the way across the field in the final 9 seconds. Kings of Urban, they started to play better, but then that goal just ended their dreams of going any further in the playoffs.
That is defeating. As tough as it is to see a goal like that go in and be the winning goal, they were 2 games down to their own discretion. They did not play the game the Kings of Urban. You finally saw them turn on after a while, but it just took them a little bit too long to really bring the Kings of Urban pressure out. But we see all of a sudden in Game 3, they were just a different team. They were just somebody else. It was, and I don't know. I want to sit down with those guys, maybe ask like what it was they changed and what it was that happened.
They had a lot of chances there and were putting on the pressure. Kings of Urban, they were a completely different team in those second 2 games versus the first 2 games. The first 2 games, there was nothing clicking. So unfortunate for Kings of Urban, but what a performance by JNAPS and the Selfless squad, taking down Kings of Urban and moving on into the grand finals, where they will play Exodus. Vendetta and Kings of Urban finish in the 3-4 spot. But now we'll find out who is going to finish number 1 and who will finish number 2. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have Exodus versus Selfless coming up in just a moment in the grand finals of the Gamer Saloon Champions League. I hope you guys are back, because we are about to begin with the grand finals. Exodus versus Selfless. We saw Exodus win in a close Game 5 series over Vendetta. Vendetta, they took out G2 Esports. But Exodus, they move on. And then Selfless, we saw them take Game 1 and 2 commandingly over Kings of Urban. And then the next 2 were very neck and neck. But they come out. The 1 and 2 seeds from the season make it all the way to the finals carpet. So I think the regular season very indicative of the talent of these 2 squads.
And these are just honestly the 2 teams that were the most consistent. Every week they really showed up. How many losses did Momentum only lose, or I guess Selfless at this point? Did they only lose to Exodus? Was that their only loss?
I believe they lost to Exodus, and I think they also lost in the Rumble series versus Vendetta.
Oh, they did. They did.
So that, I wouldn't really count that. But yes, they lost to Exodus in the regular season. So they're going to want to get that one back. And I believe that game also went all the way to Game 5, if I recall correctly. But I'm not totally sure, so don't quote me on that. But we've got Exodus.
I've already quoted it and tweeted it.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So we'll get the lobby created for that, and we will get the players in. But they are playing for the first prize, which is $750. You see, we've got a $1,500 cash prize pool. First place gets $750, and each player will get a SteelSeries Apex M800 gaming keyboard and also a Cinch custom gaming controller, whether they want an Xbox One or a PS4. Second place will get $375, 3 rival gaming mice from SteelSeries, and 3 mouse pads. So 750 versus 375 is quite a difference. So these players definitely wanting to not only get more money, but the prestige and respect that comes from finishing number 1 in a league consisting of the top 8 teams from North America.
You couldn't have said it better yourself, James. Plus, I can't imagine anyone would not want those sweet, sweet prizes. I'm hoping that maybe us casters get a default first and second prize. Because we were, I think you and me, James, we're first place type people.
You've won my respect, Carpet.
And you've won mine. So we should talk to someone about this.
Yeah, I would actually like money.
I don't. I want stuff.
Just give me things. But
anyways,
let's get predictions before we get too much into this. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'm gonna give it to my boys on Exodus. I think they are going to keep this together. They have a lot more experience in very intense situations. I think they'll come out on top. What do you think, Carpet?
Well, we are tied. So, first of all, I think my instinct wanted to go with Selfless. It might be just because I did just watch them play. I don't think either team really has like the dominant win here. I obviously can go either way. It's kind of the whole reason that these guys are both in the finals. But overall, I know Exodus tends to do pretty well against Selfless, so I want to say Exodus. But for the sake of yours and my competition, James, so
Do you want to flip a coin?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I want to go Selfless.
Okay.
There's got to be a victor between you and me either way.
Yeah. And I think we do get something. I think whoever predicted the most, or whoever predicted the most correct matches will get something. I think that's what Gibbs said. So we'll figure out what prize we get.
If it's a gift from Gibbs, I'm honestly scared.
Yep. So again, this one is going to be a best of 7. This is the grand final. It is a best of 7, so you can disregard the little 5 on our graphic.
Just ignore that little 5?
Just ignore it. Yeah, just ignore it.
It looks like Exodus already has a win. Uh-oh. That was fast. There's a 0 on my screen. When you have the screen tiny, letters don't show up too well.
So we are waiting for the players to filter in. We've got Selfless. We are just waiting on Exodus. Exodus played that incredibly close series with Vendetta. Vendetta, the old Lucky Bounce squad, no longer going by that name, but they finish at top of the groups in the RLCS. Darkfire was the top scorer during that group play. And Darkfire was very important in Vendetta's success this season in the Gamer Saloon Champions League as well. But they fell just short. But that's nothing to be disappointed about. They did beat G2, although it was an incomplete team. But Vendetta and Kings of Urban finishing in the 3 and 4 spot. And now we have Exodus versus Selfless to determine who will take the number 1 spot, finish as champions in the Gamer Saloon Champions League. We will go on board with Moses from Exodus for the kickoff. Moses got the win. Now Turtle up, waiting for his pass opportunity. Gets it over to Moses, but Dapper shuts that down. Now the counterattack. Miho going up against Garrett. Dapper going to get a shot. He's going to put it just off the crossbar. Moses gets it away from JNaps, who was going to put that one in. Now Miho also putting that off the crossbar. It actually looked like Garrett might have gotten a piece of it.
Both teams coming out swinging right off the bat. I think they probably watched each other's series, or at least full well understand that they cannot underestimate each other. Oh, Dapper with a touch, leaving Turtle dead on the net with Miho.
And that did not look, it looked like it was going to miss. Dapper putting it off the back of the wall. That one hitting off and going down. It looked like it would have bounced straight up and down for a bit, but Turtle accidentally hit it in his own net. But that one was going so fast, really no time for Turtle to react on that one. And Selfless gets the first goal of the grand final.
I believe that first touch from Dapper again was his just awareness of understanding that him putting it on target probably wasn't very possible or worth it because someone was coming to block. So instead, he puts it off that backboard, giving it to a teammate. I don't mean to use the word selfless, but he has had a lot of selfless play in the games we've seen him in.
I can't see your face, so I don't know if you were trolling me with that.
I don't want to. You know I'm not. I like very selective puns, but I don't like you know, going over the top. It's unfortunate that their name is a word that's used regularly. So we have no choice but to be accidentally funny when we use it.
A long clear. Miho's going to be on the other end of that one. Turtle on the wall, leaves it for Garrett. Garrett passing to himself. Gets a little bit of a block, but Dapper gets there before Moses can get to it. Now Turtle leaves it for JAMESBOT. JAMESBOT just misses. Now Turtle trying to stuff Miho. Garrett misses the ball, leaves it for Moses. Dapper with a clear along the side. Oh, and that's going to go right in the middle. Somehow that didn't go in.
Someone from Exodus got just in the way. Oh my, almost a redirect. Both of these teams just releasing the cannons, taking as many shots as possible. They're being creative, they're being simple, they're doing everything they can to just try and put these bullets on net.
Garrett narrowly missing that one, hitting off the post. Miho beats Moses, the last defender, back for the second goal for Selfless.
Selfless so far coming out strong. Trying to get this first game under, maybe trying to get a little bit of tilt on Exodus, but Miho getting it just around a defender. Two Exodus players not really knowing who exactly was going to go for that ball. Turtle trying to come across the front, someone in the back net, potentially trying to cut off some angles, but neither made the dedication. And it let Miho get his second goal of the game.
Now Garrett trying to get one back for Exodus. Trying to do a Turtle-esque air dribble, but it does not work out. JAMESBOT forcing it up along the side. Garrett off the wall. Turtle was thinking about going for it. Garrett gets a long hit. Dapper's going to try to make the play. Dapper just waits, and Garrett thought he was going to hit it. Went for block. Bling from Dapper. Easily saved by Moses. JAMESBOT putting it out into the middle. Turtle trying to get back, but you can tell he doesn't really have any boost to deal with. Leaves it for Moses. Moses gets it by Miho, but Dapper pops it right over him. Now Turtle has enough boost to get there. Gets the stuff. Bounces back up into the middle. But JAMESBOT gets the touch away from Garrett.
That was a good call on noticing Turtle had no boost. And notice instead of trying to force a play, I mean, when you have no boost and you're trying to do a dribble play, your best bet is going to be getting a good 50-50. You're not going to be able to really outplay anybody with no boost. Oh, what a shot from Garrett.
Oh, the pull shot.
That a net.
That was a pull shot clear. Dapper hit Miho into that.
Don't know if it was a panic flick or if he knew he had no other opportunity and no one to hit. But just getting out of danger.
Again, this is a best of 7. This is the grand finals. Whoever wins this series is the champion of the first ever season of the GamerSaloon Champions League, and Dapper doing his best to make sure that's Selfless.
Turtle watching this ball, found himself in a tough spot. He didn't have a lot of boost. He did not go up for that correct. To be fair, that is one of the more awkward bounces. It doesn't roll along the wall. Instead, it bounces off the side, then off the backboard. You don't really know how it's going to go, especially if it's getting pretty close to the ceiling. From the goalie's angle, it is one of the harder things to predict. But no one is able to get in the way of that. As Dapper had a pretty easy shot on the net. While it was a skillful shot, not a lot of things to get in the way, I suppose.
Turtle's going to get the clear. JAMESBOT puts one off the wall. Dangerous ball. Turtle gets a pop. Dapper up for it. JAMESBOT or Miho helping out with that clear. Now Turtle prevents it from going out into the middle, but with only 5 seconds left, there's not really much Exodus can do as Selfless takes the victory here in game number 1.
Selfless's speed was just a little too hard for Exodus to match. In the beginning, we saw a lot of back and forth plays. I think Exodus is the one that opened up with the first goal. Actually, no, sorry, there wasn't one that time. With one of the first good shots, of the game. I believe it was Exodus. With Selfless, they just maintained that raw speed all game. They kept it up. They kept putting on the pressure, kept putting on the shots, putting their defenders in tough spots, forcing them to jump in weird angles, or have to hopefully make saves if they can or can't. I cannot find this map for the life of me, James.
It's all right, Carpet. Don't worry about it. Just look for the map. But Miho coming up with 2 goals, 1 assist, 2 saves, and 5 shots. Miho, MVP of game number 1 for Selfless, and Garrett, the MVP of the entire season for the Gamer Saloon Champions League. In this game, though, looked like he wasn't able to do enough to help Exodus towards victory, and Selfless is out to an early lead after game 1.
Just a friendly reminder, this is a best of 7. So the teams need to get a minimum of 4 wins to take the series.
They just have to get 4 wins. I mean, there's no.
Also,
well, I guess
minimum.
it is. I guess it is.
And maximum as well. And they're min-maxing.
Min-max of 4, yeah.
Yeah. They play to win, you know, they're min-maxing.
But Exodus looking to bounce back. They are the number 1 seeded team after the regular season. They defeated Selfless, and their Turtle gets a goal.
Turtle coming around hard for this, putting it on. That is actually a really good shot. Putting it on target, noticing that both Miho and Dapper were out of position, up trying to contest that ball, neither dropping back. And Turtle just drove into it. He didn't do anything crazy, didn't have to flip, didn't have to aerial. Sometimes the simple shots, if someone's out of position, are all it takes.
Now Turtle trying to force the ball up. Miho gets up for that and putting it back into the blue half. Moses with the win. It's going to go off the backboard and down. Turtle going up for this one. Miho with the response. Garrett with a shot on net. That one's going in, but Dapper able to get the block. JNaps going up, misses his chance to pass it downfield, but Dapper is there. Moses pops it up, going for a second touch, but Miho contests it. Turtle trying to catch it and control it, but misses out. But gets the wall bump on JNaps, almost paying off for Exodus there.
Those physical plays we have started seeing. Oh, what? What?
Dapper. Oh.
Oh,
that
that's
angle.
Disgusting. Oh my angle. I cannot believe Dapper's able to pull that off. The redirect from tight in the corner. Dapper puts that onto target with almost no angle whatsoever. You know there wasn't a single person on Exodus who was like, oh, I see where Dapper is. That's probably going to be a shot on net. Nobody thought that. And Dapper, oh man, that was gross. That was actually gross.
Yeah, these guys are looking scary after taking down Kings of Urban. And that shot from Dapper, just pure control. And like you said, an angle that no one is going to expect you to take a shot from. And all those Selfless fell to Exodus in the regular season. Exodus is not looking that great right now. They have been on the back foot. Selfless, even though these games have been pretty tight, Selfless has been the ones who have appeared to be the better team.
This is kind of why I mentioned We Dem Girls whenever I talk about Selfless. They're another team where I don't really know. Like, I couldn't tell you who's their striker, who's their passer, who's their defender. All 3 of these players always able to consistently pull off incredible plays, whether it be on defense or offense. Whereas you look at Exodus, you know, Moses tends to be a little more the defensive guy. He's a lot more patient than the other 2. And Turtle and Garrett tend to be the passer and striker. So that's why, you know, Selfless's gameplay does remind me a bit of We Dem Girls, which is usually a tough style to play against because you never really know who's going to be where, who can handle what. And it's very hard to predict what a team's going to be throwing at you when you play against a team that's as well-rounded as this.
Yeah, it's just teams that play with such immense speed. And Selfless is really one of those teams. They're so quick to contest every single ball and very accurate in the air, as you saw from that Dapper shot. Now Miho hitting the ball up into the zone. Garrett misses it, opening up the door for Dapper. Dapper challenges it, but so does Turtle. Turtle opting for boost. Let Naps or JNaps take the shot there. A block. It's going to leave it open for Miho. Miho trying to inch it around Moses, but Moses is able to make the save. Now JNaps with a shot on net. Garrett putting into the corner. JNaps, or Dapper is there. Moses up for the block. Pressure from Selfless. Good. Oh, that's going to end up going in on a defensive miscue from Selfless.
Turtle's actually going to be able to pull the lead here. He gets the pop just in time, and Dapper was going to follow up. Wasn't expecting Turtle to get up underneath that as hard as he did. And he ends up feels backflipping, trying to get there as quickly as possible.
It looked like he just was so surprised by it. Turtle with that little flick. And now with just a minute left to go, Exodus takes the lead here in game number 2. This is a best of 7. And the grand finals winner is the champion. And a stuff from Moses. He might have an opportunity to put this off. No, he was a little bit too slow, and JNaps is there, but Turtle off the rebound.
This game is going to be just as close as I suspected. We see, I believe Selfless just wanted to commit a lot onto offense here. Again, with 43 seconds, trying to tie it up, but now 2 goals down with 43 seconds left. Against Exodus, I don't suspect they're going to be able to get the 2 goals. Maybe a consolation goal, bringing it to a 1-point game.
I've seen crazier things happen.
You are right.
We are in the final 30 seconds of the game. Moses bringing the ball down the field. Miho up on the wall. Hits it over to Dapper. Dapper with the shot. No one. Oh, Moses does get back. Save from Moses, preserving the 2-goal lead for Exodus. And a clear. And as time winds down, it appears that Exodus has answered back after falling in game number 1 and take game number 2 over Selfless.
1-1 in the series. Exodus did come alive. There was that unfortunate, I guess fortunate for one guy. I guess I'm just saying unfortunate because of the situation where Dapper in net was not able to get through Turtle's pop, but Turtle very well actually gets underneath the ball from the side, popping it way higher than anyone predicted him to. Turtle getting all 3 goals for Exodus that game. Usually Garrett seems to be the more, I don't want to say he's their striker per se, but he tends to come out with more goals. As you said, in the league, I think he was the top goal scorer for Exodus. Right? I believe is what you said, James.
Yes, he was. Against important teams.
Oh, against the important teams, correct. Well, this is an important team. So Turtle coming alive still, getting the 3 goals, trying to keep his head about him. I know every now and then he can get a little defeated on himself, so good to see that even after that first loss, they are able to come back. And I wish these maps were in alphabetical order, James.
I'm sorry, Carpet.
You should be, James. It's your fault.
All right, and we will have the beginning of game number 3 here. This is a best of 7. We've got Exodus. They took game 2 after falling in game number 1 to Selfless. Now Moses going up for that, barely missing. A shot coming in. Turtle's going to have to make the save. He does get it safely into the corner. Turtle driving right around that ball, trying to get it up and out to his teammates. Using up his boost a little bit. Garrett popping it up. Miho's going to have a shot on net. He's going to put it. That's going to be going in unless Turtle does make the save. Now JNaps challenging Turtle. That one bounces into the mid. Garrett with a shot. Dapper's there in time. Turtle going for the demo, but Dapper just avoids that one. Ooh, an opportunity, but Moses was not close enough to the ball to get to the shot. And Turtle blocks JNap's clear attempt. Garrett up on the wall, denies Dapper. Miho with a long clear over Turtle is going to open up the counterattack. Now a pass to Miho, and Miho threads the needle.
He was able to get this into the top corner of the net. I honestly was not prepared for it. Dapper gets there just in time. He actually bumps Turtle out of the way to tap it out to Miho, who was unbelievably confident in Dapper to get the pass. Even though he saw the Exodus players swarming his teammate, he still sat and poised for the pass, able to put it into that corner, as you said, threading that needle between some defenders.
Selfless. Have the lead. Minute and a half gone. Garrett going up for the shot. Oh my, Garrett!
Always living up to his name. Garrett is... I don't... Let's just watch. My God.
My Garrett.
You see Turtle going insane, watching his teammate just fly through the air in all of his glory, trying to take everyone down. Even J-Naps gave it a good sportsman-like nice shot. Those don't come by too well in fast-paced pro play, but when they do, they are so beautiful.
Oh, and Garrett with another shot in. That one's going to hit off the post, and Moses had a chance, but couldn't put it in. And Turtle with a frozen rope into the heart of the net from the wall.
There it is. It's the frozen rope, ladies and gentlemen. I've been waiting for weeks to hear it. I believe it does pin. It looks like it pinched off Naps.
85.
Yeah, that definitely probably pinched off Naps.
That was worthy of the frozen rope right there. That was...
That rope was so frozen.
But an immediate response from Miho.
I had a feeling this was going to go in. This is where you don't want to be. Take a look at Turtle. This ball goes to top net. He does not have the boost. He's like, oh no, he couldn't tell the first one was going in. He tried to go for the first one, realized he wasn't going to go for it. He probably had, I don't know, 14, 20 boost. Not enough to do any like serious smacking of the ball. So he didn't want to get that first touch, but once he was out of position, that second shot came in right over his bonnet.
Oh, and Moses! This is just a slugfest.
What is that? It's some sort of all-star game. Just letting each other take shots. Moses following through. Dapper probably didn't expect Moses to have that boost off of kickoff, so he waited a bit until Moses probably was... I guess he probably thought Moses was going to wait till it got a little lower, or he just wasn't in the position or speed to be able to handle Moses' placement. Great placement, putting it on the opposite side of where the selfless player was positioned.
And that was just the best placement that you could hope for. Moses getting it just out of the reach of Dapper. Dapper just wanted to hang out in the middle of net, try to cover as much as possible, but Moses had that one placed brilliantly. Now Turtle gonna go for the slow play, gets it by Miho, but Dapper shuts him down.
Turtle is a mind gaming fiend. It is honestly, I think, one of his favorite things to do. Luckily, he doesn't pull it off too much, so people never expect it. But when he does, it seems like he has like an 80% success rate on most of his mind games.
Oh, and Turtle putting a shot in from the Moses pass, but J-Naps gets the save. But Exodus putting shot after shot, and then Turtle putting that one just high.
I know we just gave MVP to Garrett, but it seems like Turtle has been coming alive for his team today. Putting a lot of great shots, passes, and overall just fantastic awareness and execution today. Oh, Garrett.
What were you saying about...
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Garrett. Garrett's like, Carpet, what are you talking about? Get out of here.
Moses bumped Miho and got the pass, and we were watching from Miho's perspective. He just saw that ball fly over his car as he was floating through the air. And we've got a 2-goal lead here for Exodus. Moses with the save, now forcing it up the wall. J-Naps with the block. Garrett with a long hit. That one's going over to Moses. Turtle takes Garrett's boost, forcing him to fall back. Now Moses trying to keep that out of danger. Garrett coming off the wall to get the save. He does deny that shot. J-Naps is there to put it back in. That one's going off the backboard for Dapper. Dapper blocked by Moses. Moses getting beaten out by Miho. Turtle up the wall. Kills it in the corner. Garrett coming out to help. Garrett knocking it by JNaps, and now this is a race. Garrett going to try to get it by Dapper, goes for the mind game, but Dapper had none of it.
Dapper was prepared. He knew Garrett didn't have a whole lot of angles, so he tried to cut him off as soon as he could, knowing that even if he did tap it, it wouldn't have been around. It probably would have been more towards the corner. So he decided to go straight for the ball instead of trying to predict his touch.
Garrett bounces it right to JNaps. JNaps is going to have a shooting opportunity. Dribbles it by JNaps.
He does!
Keeps the hope alive with that incredible play.
He gets it just in time, just waiting for that second touch. He saw Turtle come up, and just as Turtle came up, JNaps gets one more touch, preventing Turtle from being able to get there. It looked like it got saved last second by, I believe that might have been Moses, so I do not recall the name. It looked like from my angle at first it was going to get saved, but it did still go in.
Oh, and this is a shot on net. They tie it up.
No way! They were actually able to make this team play. JNaps going to tap this over to Mio, who then just sees Moses coming through, puts it behind. I actually think he just put it dead at net. Moses, honestly, all he had to do was guess. That shot was completely at the discretion of Mio. He could have put it behind Moses, in front of Moses, directly at him.
2 goals in less than 10 seconds, and JNaps! This might be another goal! Oh, Mio gets blocked on that one, but we almost saw 3 goals in 18 seconds, but we have overtime. Exodus gave up the lead in the final 18 seconds, conceding 2 goals. And now Selfless has a chance to get this victory. Miho blocks that clear. Moses doesn't get the hit. Garrett needs to make the play. Dapper off the wall. It's going to drop to Moses. Moses is going for the shot. Miho with the save. Turtle misses it. Now JNaps and Dapper can they work together. Go for the pass. That one's blocked by Garrett.
He got a little too close, and Garrett did a great job defensively of forcing them to get closer, putting himself in a place where they... Oh! Garrett staying in net just to make sure that none of these shots go on target.
And that's it! Moses gets the goal for Exodus.
Moses gets there just in time. He actually doesn't wait for the bounce. Dapper tries to meet him. JNaps faced the wrong way. He's not able to get into the net, turn around, and try and take it out. He couldn't get behind it, and Exodus takes their second game of the series.
I was far too excited about that. What a game. 7 shots from Garrett, 8 from Miho. Every single player for Exodus scoring. And that series neck and neck. Selfless tying it up in the final 18 seconds. They scored 2 goals. In what was, I think it was 8 seconds, they scored 2 goals and almost got that third one. And then in overtime, keeping their cool, Moses comes through and gets the second win for Exodus.
I honestly didn't know if they'd be able to keep their cool after losing a lead in that short amount of time. You know you're going to go into overtime with a good amount of frustration and fear. But as Rocket League's been around a little longer, we see these teams being able to keep their cool a lot more. It seemed to be a bigger problem in the beginning when people didn't have as much experience in competition play. But these teams have been getting a lot better at just keeping their heads about them in the competitive setting, no matter what's going on in the game. Between the comeback that Selfless just had, being able to come back with 18 seconds and tie it up, and then Exodus still being able to go into that overtime, confident that they're still going to take the win, even after conceding so many goals in such a short period of time. This series is just as awesome as I was hoping for. So awesome, my voice is just turning back.
Yeah, people are probably hearing their ears ringing because I'm pretty sure I yelled right into my mic like max, like right from the diaphragm. It was a loud yell. So I apologize for that, people.
Yeah,
I just couldn't help myself.
You're just in the moment, man. They can't complain about serious emotion. This is like we're giving you guys our hearts.
And this is for all the marbles, all of the regular season leading up to this playoff day, and JNaps getting the first goal of game number 4.
JNaps coming out strong. Mio and Moses getting the 50, but look at this. JNaps puts it up so high, it comes straight back down, and it just follows through. This corner up here, above the net, has just slaughtered teams all day. No the most frustrating part of the wall for it to hit. Very hard to predict, and as a defender, it is just kind of a nightmare. To be frank.
Make you nervous. This ball is wide. Oh, if Garrett was on the ground, he might have had a chance. Puts that up for Turtle, but Turtle didn't have boost for it. But this again, this is a best of 7. This is the grand finals. 7 weeks of the regular season, 1 week of qualifiers, all leading up to this. Selfless and Exodus, the 2 teams that finished 1-2 in the regular season, making it all the way to this grand final, proving that that was not a fluke. Selfless with the lead here in game number 4, looking to even the series up. Moses putting a shot, well, hitting it into the corner. Dapper trying to clear it. Turtle's going to put that up for Garrett. Garrett with the shot, but JAMESBOT is in position to get the save.
JAMESBOT put himself in a good place. Turtle didn't really have the time or the angle to be able to put that in the place that he wanted. Oh no, we're going to get a long goal. Garrett is back. Almost a long shot from Selfless.
Garrett tries to get a pass out for Moses. Moses putting it up for Turtle. Turtle misses that shot, but Garrett's there. Miho up. Moses, the last player back, puts it off the ceiling. JAMESBOT with the pop, going to put it up for Dapper to get a shot in, and somehow Dapper slides it by the defense of Exodus.
This was the coolest mind game I've ever seen. He looked like he was going to take the shot. He didn't take the shot. He then waited and then kept it on the ground instead. That was honestly one of the smoothest things I've ever seen.
And you could tell just by how he backflipped his car to get that hit that he was planning on doing that. That was,
that was pretty. I am seduced. I am officially Rocket League seduced. No! Moses trying to retreat back. No. It's always the worst when it happens. Dapper put it just a little off target. And Moses trying to get back for the save. Ended up putting it faster towards his own net. Giving a cheeky no problem. Knowing his own frustration most likely. Putting them 3 goals up. Selfless now with 3 minutes left and a very promising lead.
Dapper putting that up for JAMESBOT. JAMESBOT with a shot in. Turtle and Garrett both went up for it. JAMESBOT almost got that touch. Now Moses and Turtle, they have a chance to 2v1. We're not able to make the play. Now Garrett going to put a shot in. Easily blocked by JAMESBOT. Miho's going for the dribble, but he actually misses it. Now Turtle going for the shot. Puts it off the wall, but JAMESBOT cuts it off. Garrett off the backboard to Moses. Moses getting beat out by Dapper. Turtle with a good pass, but JAMESBOT gets in the middle of it. Turtle with the demo. That might be going in. Miho gets the save. Just the nose of his dominance, and Turtle coming in. Too much pressure for Selfless to handle.
Turtle coming in strong again for his team, getting yet another goal. I want to see the stats on how many goals Turtle scored again today. JAMESBOT's trying to come off the wall, but it's a little too far. You know, when you come off the wall, you generally want to do it because you save a lot of boost. You're up in the air. You can reach its altitude pretty quickly because driving up the wall is generally faster than aerialing. But in that case, it was a little too far off the wall. He still made the dedication, but he couldn't reach it in time.
Oh, Dapper.
Dapper going crazy right now.
Dapper just goes up the wall, like you said. Went on the wall to get a shot, and he just put that. That one was about to graze the post. That was such perfect placement. There was no chance that anyone from Exodus could make the save on that. Now a 3-goal lead still with under 2 minutes, but Turtle with the immediate response.
This is, like you said, again, just another slugfest. Turtle following through. JAMESBOT's coming off the wall or corner yet again. Getting a little impatient, trying to keep that pressure on. And I appreciate watching these teams really trying to keep that pressure on, always contest every ball. But every now and then, you need to know when you've lost the ball or when you're not going to reach it in time. Oh, man, my voice is just done. You just need to know sometimes, Turtle was going to beat him to that, so he probably would have been better staying grounded and waiting for the shot and getting a counter hit instead. But he was just trying to maintain that pressure.
Oh, and Turtle getting the bump out of net. But now he's out of position and has to hurry back did open up an opportunity for Exodus to put a shot in. Moses with the save. Turtle trying to help him out. We saw Selfless erase a 2-goal deficit in just 8 seconds. Exodus has 1 minute. Dapper putting that one off the crossbar. JAMESBOT with a shot. Turtle gets the save. Now Garrett's going to try to... Oh, Garrett leaves it for Turtle. Now JAMESBOT going head-to-head against Garrett. Dapper's going to have to get the cleared. Doesn't really read it that well. This is dangerous. Turtle coming in for the shot, but Miho gets the save.
Turtle actually did have full contact with that. He was putting that directly on target, but Miho getting in the way, cutting off any and all angles.
Oh, that's a wide open net goal, and Miho sealing it for Selfless.
Exodus not having much of a choice, needing to overcommit here, trying their best to try and close this gap again. 3 goals in 24 seconds, 2 goals at the time in 24 seconds. Trying to pull a Selfless and make that comeback in the last 18 seconds. But it did leave the net wide open for a shot from Selfless.
Now, just 15 seconds left, a 3-goal lead. Selfless will be taking the victory here. And again, this is a best of 7. And we will be all tied up at 2 games apiece. Selfless taking that game commandingly.
Well,
as we see the stats, he has 0 shots from Moses, but all around team effort from Selfless. So Garrett, a little bit silent this game. We haven't been seeing Exodus play with as much speed as we are used to. Even in the last few seconds of game number 3, that Exodus was able to stave off victory with the Moses overtime goal. Selfless, their offense is just explosive.
They really are, and it's the angles they can pull off. We saw that ridiculous redirect goal from Dapper. We always see them pulling it tight in the corners. They don't wait for it to float in front of the net. They can take shots from a lot of the angles in the corners, on the side of the net, in the front, up above, and that's what makes them so threatening. It's one of those teams that you almost always have to have somebody just prepared for a shot. You always have to have somebody just ready to deal with whatever they're going to throw at you, and that makes it tough because you have to pull someone away from your offensive line, you have to pull somebody back on the net, back in the defense, and then once that guy comes out of net, you now have an openness. So you need to make sure you're rotating back quick enough, and it just makes for a rough situation for, at this moment, Exodus.
But the series is still tied. At this point, the team that can get the 2 wins will seal the deal for themselves and finish in first place. Just 2 more wins for both teams needed. Moses is going to put that off the backboard. JAMESBOT. Garrett putting a shot in that was easily handled by Miho. Miho backflipping. Does get it by Turtle. Blocked by Moses. Now Moses having a chance. He just jumps by it. Going for the back pass. This is dangerous. But Garrett makes the save. Both JAMESBOT and Dapper miss. Turtle's going to try to dribble this in a 1v1 situation. It's popping up for Moses. Moses hits it into the corner. Now Turtle with a shot high and wide. Dapper coming in to get a shot of his own right at Garrett. Easy save for him. Now Dapper wins that ball. Garrett getting the block, but Miho's going to put a shot in. Garrett recovers in time to make the save, but Moses also went for it, getting stuck in the back of the net. Another opportunity. JAMESBOT putting this just wide. Selfless just bombarding the net.
They have 6 shots on goal already in only 2 minutes. 2 saves for them. We only have 2 shots from Exodus. So it seems like Selfless has had overall offensive control. Only a few really close opportunities that Exodus had to save, but generally they've been knocking these shots away with not a whole lot of effort as opposed to the other way around.
But we are still scoreless despite this offensive pressure from Selfless. JNAP's taking his time. Flips it by Moses, but Turtle's there to hit it back into the half. Miho gets the boost left from Dapper. Dapper might have an angle. That gets shut down by Moses. JNAP's preventing the clear. Miho challenges Turtle to prevent the clear there as well. And again, JNAP's challenging. So Selfless just getting up to contest every single ball.
They really are. They're trying to put that pressure on. Whenever you're against a team that has really good passing opportunities like Exodus, you want to shut that down as quickly as possible. So you'll see Selfless try and meet almost every ball. It's, oh, the demo!
Oh, and then the own goal!
Miho didn't have much of a room, but he was hoping the Turtle wouldn't get there. Moses with the demo. Miho, I think, thought that was going in and did hit that post right off of his hood. He may have been able to save that had he been a little more on the inside. But that demo from Moses was actually very key.
Demo setting it up, and now a chance for Moses to go for the shot, but he opted to not. It looked like he was going to try to go get boost, but the boost was gone as well. So he maybe just couldn't have gone for that because he hadn't. Now the ball bouncing in. Moses having boost here does hit it into the corner. JNAP sets it down for Dapper. Dapper taking his time, going for the dribble. Doesn't get the pop that he wants, and now Garrett is on the attack. JNAP's the clear. Garrett beats Dapper to it. Now Turtle up on the wall is going to put that shot. It might be in. No, it's just wide. Moses putting that one. And now Exodus appears to have all the pressure, whereas Selfless is on the back foot.
Exodus has ramped up their shots. We now have 4 shots to 7. Exodus slowly getting it up, but they are a goal ahead, which for those that do not know, puts them in the lead for the game. Ooh, very close opportunity.
Dapper winning that one out. There's Turtles back, and he barely. That wasn't a very confident save, but a save nonetheless. Keeping it out in net, and a stuff from Moses. It's a strange bounce right off the corner up to Garrett. Garrett gets the block. Just 20 seconds left for Selfless to make a play. Garrett with the stop. Turtle going for the touch. Pops it up for Moses, but Moses is just too far away. Dapper sets it for JNAPs, but is blocked by Garrett. Miho bouncing it off the side of the wall. And that shot might be going in. And it is JNAPs with the 0-second goal.
From midfield, I thought he was going to put it above the net to try and force Garrett out of the net, but it looks like Garrett goes to boost and he runs just dry. You can tell he spins his car around, realizing he's just not going to make the height. And the 0-second goal from JNAPs in midfield.
JNAPs and Selfless somehow managing to fight back in these hopeless situations. Forcing overtime yet again. But can they come out on top? Last time Moses was the one to break their heart. Moses on the wall trying to get it by. JNAPs with the block. Turtle pops it straight up. Dapper puts it out into the middle. Garrett is getting bailed out by Moses. Turtle off the bounce, heading into the corner. Moses going to go contest this. Dapper, he beats Dapper. Miho hitting it down. Garrett. It's a good roll off the corner of the ceiling. Goes for the shot. Now Moses up yet again. Garrett with a huge block there. Now Dapper racing against Turtle. Turtle does get the win. Moses trying to challenge Miho. Miho getting a beautiful hit. That one redirected, and Garrett hits it in his own net, and that's going to be it. Selfless takes game number 5.
I think Garrett thought he was, I don't know what, I don't think this was on target. No, it was just a bit right. Garrett thought he was in front of net. He was just a little bit to the right of the net. He tried to deflect it, thinking it was going in no matter what, and he puts it in net. So, oh man, these games are just a little too close for me. To be frank, this is insane. The fact that they came back from a 0-second goal at the last second and then able to eke out that overtime win.
JAMESBOT has been the MVP of the playoffs. JAMESBOT with that goal, and just all day long, just been getting goal after goal in big situations. And JAMESBOT with that 0-second buzzer beater, just inching it by Garrett. It must feel bad to be Garrett. Missing that save, running out of boost, watching the ball fly by your head, and then the end of that game, it must be difficult. But Selfless refused to lose.
They seem to keep, I mean, we haven't really seen Selfless fall apart. We have seen Exodus definitely take command and be able to put more pressure on them, but they don't ever really fall apart and just let a bunch of silly stuff happen. They have been able to regain control most of the time, or at least show spurts where they definitely still have it on them, which is a tough thing to do, especially when you're going against a team as powerful as this. But Exodus showing the same amount of effort. No matter what's happening, they are also still fighting just as hard every second of these games.
And now we are on match point for Selfless. If they take this game, they are the Season 1 of the Gamer Saloon Champions League. They are the champions. Exodus just trying to stay alive. JAMESBOT pummeling it into the corner. Turtle taking his time. Dapper comes in. Had enough waiting. Garrett. That shot going to be going in, but Miho gets enough on it to force it wide. And now JAMESBOT.
JAMESBOT and Dapper going for that, and he turned around just in time. Sorry, James.
No, this is intense. As this could be it for Exodus. Selfless on the brink. They just need this game, and they will be the champions. A minute and a half in, no goals. JAMESBOT's going to put that off the crossbar. Miho had a chance, but he put it high. JAMESBOT's going.
I can hear my chair squeaking, but it's me freaking out.
JAMESBOT tries to go for the air dribble, and Miho with the shot. And JAMESBOT puts it in after pressure from Selfless. They're finally able to make it go.
Turtle runs at a boost right here. He tries to fall through. He gets that first touch, but he can't do much else about it. And JAMESBOT slamming that into the ground to get the bounce shot above Turtle as opposed to putting it directly at his car. After 2 minutes of non-stop effort, Selfless finally pulls ahead, getting them one step.
But
no,
Moses! Moses
they do
answers right back.
Mio goes for the corner. Dapper tries to follow up, but Moses gets a surprisingly strong touch. I, again, can't tell if that went off Dapper's hood or not. A lot of power coming from midfield considering the momentum he had, so I don't think anyone thought they would have to rush back to net for that.
And now Exodus able to stay alive, and now Moses with a goal yet again.
After all that effort, it seems to just crumble apart as Exodus now gets a few goals from kickoff. Selfless not rotating back to net quick enough, trying to amount a lot of pressure early on, which is what they're good at. But if there's ever a bad touch, they're leaving a pretty solid shot for Exodus to take on their net.
Now the lead for Exodus, as we might see a game number 7. Turtle doesn't get the hit now. JAMESBOT leaves it for Dapper. Garrett up in the air trying to put that ball into the corner. Miho and Turtle go head to head. Turtle winning that one. Moses putting it off the wall. Garrett leaves it. Turtle back passes to Moses. Moses with a long clear. Cross to Garrett. Now Turtle with the hit. Dapper's going to bounce it off the side. Garrett not with the greatest hit. Dangerous play that's going to go off the ceiling. Garrett recovers. But they're still not out of danger yet. This could be a wide open net. If Garrett can get a shot, that's going to be open. And he gets it. A 2-goal lead now for Exodus.
Selfless had fantastic pressure, but just a little too much. Meal still in the corner when Dapper came in for that shot. He might have been a little better to wait for the patience, and Garrett chased that down the field, beating out all defenders, giving them a pretty good cushion going into the last 2 minutes of this game.
Now Moses taps it back to Turtle. J-Naps putting it upfield. Moses doesn't get the greatest hit. J-Naps is going to have a shot, but he puts it high and wide. Miho lobs it back into the middle. Moses and Turtle both go for it. Garrett trying to control it, not able to. Turtle with a little touch. Miho pops it up. Dapper's going to be the only one going for it. Garrett misses that. That ball is wide open. Miho with a shot on net. Garrett wishing he could have that one back.
Another bout of overcommitments. We see Garrett going for this touch. He just misses it. He was going to hit it to try and buy Turtle some time to come back. But with that whiff, Turtle trying to front flip his way to victory. Trying his best to get back. But not in time before a selfless player puts it in the open net.
Now just one goal separating these two teams, and Selfless, they've been able to make magic happen in the final seconds of the last few games that we've seen. Now Dapper with a chance, but Garrett got in the middle of that, was able to force it wide. And now Miho evens it up.
Just like you said, they always make it happen. Naps actually kept this far off that back wall over to Mio, who got up so quick for that. The placement and speed. I know mine's in kilometers per hour, but at 103 kilometers per hour, unless Turtle had pre-jumped that, there's almost no way he'd react in time from the distance that Miho was with a shot that powerful.
Now 1 minute left. We're all tied up. Selfless, if they can get the lead and get the win, they will be the champions. Exodus trying to prevent that from happening. Miho controlling it to himself. Moses leaving it for Garrett. But Garrett does eventually get there. And gets a second touch out to Moses. But J-Naps wins the 50-50 and waits for it, but misses that ball. And Miho all misses. Turtle gets it by every player. This net's wide open, and Turtle makes them pay and gets the go-ahead goal.
I saw this happening just as Dapper came up. Miho didn't rotate back. Instead, he tried to get a cheeky touch off the wall. Turtle having a tight angle, he took it wide, thankfully, and was able to push it into the net from the tight corner, taking his time.
Still cannot count Selfless out. 20 seconds remain. We've seen them tie it up with 0 seconds on the clock. Exodus trying to hold out for the final 10 seconds. Turtle coming up for another shot. J-Naps in net. Gets the save. Dapper forcing it up, and they're just going to let it hit. And that's going to be it. Game number 6 goes to Exodus. And we are tied at 3-3. We're going to a Game 7. Winner take all. Winner is the champion.
What are these guys doing to me, James? How? How does this happen?
Game 7 hype, baby. As Exodus. They looked a little bit shaky right there. But Turtle getting it by all 3 players. A defensive meltdown by Selfless in the final moments. And Turtle, with nerves of steel, gets the go-ahead goal. And now, all of it coming down to this. 1 week of qualifiers. 7 weeks of regular play. And fighting through the playoffs today. Everything that these teams have been playing for coming down to this one game. Talk about nerves.
Nerves, especially for you and me, James. Because we are still in a battle. to see whose predictions are on top. This is for
I
everyone.
just
This game is for everyone.
it's for everyone.
It's for
This
everyone.
is for all,
It's for chat. It's for us. It's for them.
for America and Canada.
Everyone else too. Don't limit it to just North America, James.
Well, this is a North American league, so we can't.
But it's still for everyone.
Well, I guess, yeah, for viewer pleasure. But the nerves that these guys must feel fighting through the 8 best teams in North America and all that they have been working for, boiling down to the next 5 minutes of play.
My heart has now started to have problems. As well as my speech.
Now a shot in. Garrett's back. Dapper with the block. Moses gets the clear up. Dapper and JNaps both go for it. Garrett will be the first one to it. Turtle off the side of the wall. Back to Garrett. Garrett with a shot. Off the backboard. And that's going to sneak its way in. The first goal going to Turtle.
Turtle came in so well, flying off this sidewall. He gets the front flip. Look at how early he flips for that, hitting it into Dapper. He got the contest he needed. Dapper thinking he got there first. That early pressure from Exodus could be what sets the pace for this game.
And Exodus strikes first in the final game here in Season 1 of the Gamer Saloon Champions League. This is it. Winner takes all. Turtle starting out with the first goal, putting Exodus in a good spot to move forward with the victory. But JNaps has been clutch all night long. Will Selfless respond back? Dapper putting a shot in, easily handled by Turtle. That one's coming in right for Miho. Miho puts it wide. That was a chance. Now Turtle pops it up, leaves it up. He's going for it himself, trying to get the block. JNaps putting it out into the middle. Dapper and Miho both up for it. That's a shot on net, but Garrett is there. And a shot back in from JNaps. Moses and Turtle both go for it. Now Dapper off the side of the wall. Garrett gets the save. Moses with a huge touch. That's going to be off the backboard. Miho cuts that off. Now Turtle up in the air for Turtle with the second goal.
We see some nerves coming from both teams, but Exodus is excelling at these counterattacks. We see all of Selfless getting a little too antsy for that. Turtle coming off the backboard, no contest until it got a little bit lower than that. But Turtle, not a very difficult shot for him, getting up before anyone got in the way. We see both teams getting a little antsy. A couple times we see 2 players going up on defense or even offense. Both teams dealing with that problem.
Turt, baby, and this net's wide open for Garrett. And Garrett puts it away, a 3-goal lead for Exodus.
We see right now Exodus just tearing away, trying to get this lead as big as possible. They want this win. Garrett again from the angle. We see another empty net for Selfless. I think they really are trying to play an aggressive game, but Exodus is punishing them with counterattacks.
2 minutes in, 3 goals from Exodus, who have come alive in this final game. They had their backs to the wall in game number 6, and they got the win. And here in game number 7, they're off to a 3-goal lead. Can they maintain it? That is the question. JNaps putting it off the backboard, and Garrett leaves it for... No, he actually bumps Moses! A critical mistake, but Garrett touches it!
In time!
Making up for that bump, Garrett! Getting that save! And another save from Garrett! He's a brick wall!
There's no way! Garrett actually tapping into some sort of superhuman reaction time. His defense is just insane this game.
JNaps up. Garrett going for the block. He does get it. Miho up on the wall. Coming out. Misses it. And now Dapper and Garrett going head to head. Bouncing back out now, Moses. This is a chance for Garrett if he can get it down, but no. JAMESBOT. Now Turtle getting the block. Selfless needs to start making some plays. Garrett beating out Miho. Dapper with the shot. That might be going in. Turtle with the save. And under a minute and a half left. Selfless still held scoreless. Moses trying to pass it over to Turtle, but it's cut out by Dapper. And JAMESBOT's trying to get a touch. Time is running out for Selfless. One minute remaining. JAMESBOT going for the long clear, does get a pass into the middle. A little bit scary for Selfless. Dapper up on the wall is going to put a shot in, but doesn't get much on it. Easy for Garrett to clear. It's up to Turtle, but Turtle leaves it. Garrett beats out. Garrett! His second goal of the game, beating out the opponent on the wall.
Just to give you guys an idea of what Exodus has done on defense, 13 shots on goal from Selfless and 0 goals.
Wow.
Exodus, especially Garrett. Garrett is just an actual brick wall this game. Some of the most wild predictive touches I've ever seen. And now Selfless caught in a position where they need to overcommit. They need to get these goals. But with 30 seconds left, 4 goals against the way Exodus is playing.
And I believe you're right, Carpet. We have the champions will be crowned in the final 15 seconds here. It's just a matter of time. And really, Exodus, it looked like they were beat. Selfless was relentlessly bashing them over and over. And Exodus had to win game 6 and 7. And there, Garrett finishes it off with a hat trick. And that is going to be it. The Season 1 champions of the Gamer Saloon Champions League is Exodus.
Congratulations to Exodus. They have gone literally undefeated all season at this point. They did not lose a single series. They've lost some matches here and there. I have to say this was probably the closest anyone came to taking them down. And it came to the finals to do so. Selfless putting up such a battle, showing such impressive gameplay. All 3 of them, Dapper, Miho, and JAMESBOT. Serious props to you guys. The kind of challenge you guys just gave Exodus, who so far has shown no cracks all season, was just insane. That was one of the most entertaining games I've seen in a long time. But also, huge congrats to Exodus for coming on top and winning the Gamer Saloon Championship League.
Yeah, the champions. And again, Garrett was the MVP going into today, and he proved it out in the biggest game that Exodus has played in a long, long while. A hat trick, 2 assists, and 5 saves. Garrett deserving that MVP. And in game number 7, cementing the win for Exodus. But like you were saying, Selfless has nothing to be ashamed of. That was some beautiful Rocket League. We saw some fast playing, just high quality Rocket League, and Selfless has proved that they are a top team in the world. But today is Exodus's day as they are going home. Well, I guess they already are home, but they are getting to feel good that they are the Season 1 champions.
They did really well, and we actually get a really cool interview with Garrett, I believe. We get to bring him in, and Garrett, I mean, like we saw, he had those 2 devastating times where he wasn't able to get the save. The one time he didn't have the boost the time, but still coming so alive defensively in that final game. Some of those saves were, I honestly, I'm like, oh man, looks like Selfless just scored, and I just got floored by what Garrett was able to pull off. So we're probably going to be able to bring Garrett in. James, that cool with you? You want to talk to Garrett?
Let's bring him in.
Let's bring him in. Garrett.
Hi.
Hi, Garrett, dude. Congratulations, dude. That was insane.
Oh, thanks, man. My heart's pumping. Oh, no.
Well, no
I
kidding.
threw,
That
like 3 games, dude.
so what was going through your guys' head when you conceded that 0-second goal to JNAPS, especially you, just floating above you? What were you thinking?
Is it the same game where we won, or
No,
when
it
I
was
missed?
I was the one that you missed as well,
Oh.
the one that you deflected into your own net.
We honestly weren't that affected. Like we've done that in the past where we let something when you let something like dwell at you after you make a mistake, you just ruin the rest of the series. So we just forgot about it. I was pretty upset for about 10 seconds, but then we were fine afterwards.
Yeah, you had to come back and win games 6 and 7. What was the atmosphere like with you guys on TeamSpeak or Discord or wherever you were at going into that game 6? Because you guys, if you would have lost that would have been it.
Well, it felt like we were playing RLCS, to be honest. I'm sweating like pretty hard right now.
Yeah. I was
I
going to
don't
make a sweat joke because you guys like to use that phrase quite a
Sweaty
bit.
tryhard, yeah.
Hey, it's money.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys are going home champions. You beat out the top teams in North America, and you guys are going to get to split $750, and you'll each get a SteelSeries gaming keyboard and custom controller. What controller do you use? The PS4 or Xbox?
PS4.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, Garrett, what do you think the key was to your guys' success going into this? Had you played Selfless recently? What were you guys thinking?
Oh yeah, we actually got 3-0'd by them yesterday.
Oh.
Just yesterday.
And what?
Yeah, we actually made some changes like last night, and we're doing really well so far. So it's looking good for this RLCS. We're really confident going in to this Saturday. So
Yeah, and at a minimum though, you guys are champions. So at least in the GamerSaloon Champions League, you guys in the first ever GamerSaloon Champions League, you guys came out on top over Kings of Urban, Selfless, G2, Genesis, Vendetta, most importantly, Get Merked, and then Too Easy. So those are some pretty high profile teams, and you guys came out on top. So congratulations to you guys. Is there any shout outs you want to give?
I just want to shout out Selfless. They're insane. I don't know. They have such a unique playstyle to me, like especially in NA. They're insane. I'm scared, to be honest, for this RLCS playing against them. That was a pretty hard series.
I want to ask a quick question. How many of your saves in that last game did your comms just be like, what did you just do? You had like 3 saves that like I was like, well, how did he get there?
We never freak out until like we score or something like that. And then I'll be like, dude, that save. And then they're like, I know. I don't know.
You talk about it after you can settle down. You're like, that save I had a minute ago. Like, what? I know what you mean. That's really cool. You guys all keep a positive attitude. Yeah, you guys put out your mind. And what you said, though, I mean, I really actually enjoy watching.
That was a blast.
Those guys are nuts.
That was really fun. Yeah.
But thank you, Garrett, for your time. And again, congratulations. Go spend the rest of the night with your teammates. Feeling good that you guys finished tonight as champions. Thank you so much, Garrett.
No problem. Thank you.
And thank you guys all for watching, watching the playoffs of Season 1 of the GamerSaloon Champions League. I hope you enjoyed it. Carpet, it was a blast, buddy.
It was a blast, James. It's been a fantastic season. Thank you so much for having me on board and hosting with me. Having a good time. Every single time I do this, I look forward to it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And also shout out to Gibbs on the back end, as well as D-Pants, helping make this all happen. And also, big shout out to GamerSaloon for investing in Rocket League, giving us a great tournament to watch, having a league to be able to enjoy throughout this past couple months, and also all the sponsors. Thank you guys once again. This was a blast. I'm GoJamesBot.Go. You can find me on Twitter at GoJamesBot.Go and on Twitch and all that stuff. Carpet, where can people find you?
You can find me at just Findable Carpet, no spaces, spelled as ridiculous as it sounds, on Twitch, on Twitter, whatever your heart desires. Give it a search. You'll probably find it. I'm the only one that has it.
But again, that's going to be it. Congratulations to Exodus. Clap, Carpet.
I'm clapping.
Woo! That was a blast. That's gonna be it, guys. See you later. See you next season.
See you next
See you
season,
later.
boys.
Cut the stream.
Quickly before we do something
Cut
stupid.
the stream. I need steak and shake.
There's dinner in my kitchen, and it's right over there.